Good morning and welcome to Power Africa. Sorry about the technical glitches, but you know it's live. Okay, so Power Africa. What is Power Africa and why are we having this event? Oh, now it's me. I'm going to turn that up. That's funny. So we at Microsoft realized that we have a lot of content that we want to share with you, and all of it's kind of new, like from after Build, after Ignite, there's been a whole bunch of work we've been doing at Microsoft, and we want to share it specifically with the continent. As we tend to have very Western focus events, like they're in the US, they're in the UK, they're in Germany, but they're not in Africa. Why? That's dumb. So we decided, let's take the best of Azure, the best of M365, and the best of Power Platform, obviously, and put it into a Africa continent context and bring it to you today. All of the speakers are people who you either know or should know because they're either residents of the continent of Africa or really wish they were, like me. And they're people who are influential and ones who can really help you with your career. So we want to make all of this content relevant for you specifically. Why are we so focused on Africa? Well, first of all, the world's workforce, future workforce, is going to come from there. Right? Like we all know that there are going to be 150 million vacant tech jobs open by the year 2025. That's a lot of tech jobs. And who do we think is going to fill them? Hint, it's not people from the US, it's not people from Europe. There just are not that many people there. But you know where those jobs are going to get filled from? They're going to get filled from Africa. I believe that, the team believes that, we all believe that. That's why we're having this event today. So I've been on the continent like 20 plus times and I miss you all so much. Whenever I'm there, my eyes are opened, I learn so much, and I'm really hoping that we have an opportunity to share with you what we've learned so that you can go and pursue the job of your dreams. So I'm going to advance to the next slide and show you a free thing. And some of you know about this because obviously you're very smart. Last week, my team and I launched this free course on Udacity called Udacity Power. This is a brand new 10 to 20 hour course that teaches you how to build apps without having to learn to code first. So whether you're a professional dev and you've built websites and apps and operating systems for 20 years, or you've never written code in your life, this is a thing you can do and a thing that you can build and add to your resume. Right now, app development is a hugely in-demand skill. Every day we see job postings go up looking for talent to join their companies and build business apps. We've got a job board and we've got like 400 jobs posted right now. So this is definitely an in-demand skill. And fun fact, the very first person who finished the course is from, guess where? If you guess Nigeria, you're right, of course, right? So hello, Toby, I hope you're watching. Thank you for being the first person to finish our course. We're really excited to see what you do with your newfound app development skills. So I'm going to advance to the next slide. We've got a little bit of housekeeping before we get started. Of course, this is a Microsoft event, so Microsoft Code of Conduct. We're open and respectful, patient, thoughtful, kind. If you feel that one or more of those things are not happening, email that alias, because then we're going to get yelled at, and that's a good thing because we want to make sure that we're always open and respectful to our communities and audiences and friends out there. And I'm going to advance to the next slide and introduce our speakers. So these are people who are hugely influential on the continent of Africa, and they are just extraordinary people. And I feel so fortunate that they've agreed to speak at our event today. Samuel Adrani is based out of Ghana, and he is the one responsible for this beautiful art you're seeing on our presentation. You know, I didn't make that, so yes. So thank you very much, Sam, for doing that. I'm going to advance to the next slide and show you our agenda. So this is the agenda. We're a little late, about 20 minutes late, 10 minutes late. We'll catch up. This is the welcome, just so you know. Next up is my very good friend, Foyen Olajide Bello, one of my favorite people on the planet, and I'm not lying, like she is an amazing person. She's going to teach you how to build and scale a local community or get involved with your local community, because it really is one of the best ways to set yourself apart as a very hireable person, is learning things, sharing things, and helping others go and pursue their dream jobs. Then Kolade is going to talk about Azure Cloud, empowering everyone. If you haven't heard of Azure, today is a good day to learn about it. Then our friend Aicha, joining us from Dubai, is going to be talking about Microsoft Graph and Power Automate, which you can be productive with no code because, less code, less debugging. Then Joshua is going to talk about the Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador Program. For those of you who are students, this is a very good thing to learn because by becoming a student ambassador, you get front row seats to all Microsoft announcements and things. And you can learn about how many people joined the ambassador program, become an MVP, and then go and pursue amazing jobs. We may or may not have a coffee break. We'll see. That's why I'm taking mine now, and you should take yours whenever you need to. Sam's going to be doing the Power Platform of Things. This is probably my favorite demo on the planet because it's just cool. Ayodeji Deji, as we all love to call him, is going to be doing a Power Virtual Agents demo, which are low-code chatbots. Ruth is going to be giving an overview on the Microsoft Africa Development Center. Do you know we have Microsoft offices in Lagos, Nigeria, and Nairobi, Kenya? She's going to be talking about those offices and how we hire. We're actually hiring a lot of people right now. So she's going to be sharing with you how we do that, how you can be applying for those jobs. Please do. And then Gretchen's going to be throwing down a Power Apps Africa Challenge. And we'd love to see someone on this call win that. That would be awesome. And then me and our really good friend Lawrence are going to come back and say goodbyes to you. All right, let's get this thing started, actually. I think first up is our good friend Foyin Olajide Bello, straight from my favorite city, Lagos, Nigeria. Foyin, you ready? There she is. Hi, Foyin. Unmute. I think you're on mute. You are. I know. This is how you know it's live, right? There she
Yes,
is.
it is. Can you hear? I'm good now. Can you hear me
Yeah,
now?
we can.
Oh God, the mute button. All right. Hi, Donna. Thank you so much for the
Hello.
amazing intro.
I miss you people so much. Oh my God. Cannot wait to get vaccinated and come see you. Have a great show.
Same here. Thank you. All right. Hello, everyone. Good morning from this side of the world. My name is Foyin Olajide Bello, and I'll be walking us through how to build and scale the local community. Community is an important part of every technology, and I'm truly excited about the Power Platform and the kind of community that we've been able to grow. As you can see, I have a Power Addicts t-shirt on. I'm really excited about the Power Addicts because we're all about right rising by lifting others, and that's kind of the motto that we run through in the community, right? It's not just all about you, but it's about helping the next person to get better at what he or she does. So today I'm going to be talking about how to build and scale a local community. I'll share with you our story, the Power Apps and Power Automate User Group in Nigeria, how it got started, and how we've been able to scale from 2 to 1,200, what some of our secrets are, and how you can also get some insights into that and probably start to plan your next steps as we go into 2021 on either starting a local community wherever you are or becoming an active member in one. So this is me. My name is Fonyolaji Below. I'm a wife and a mom. Yes, I'm very passionate about the community, and I'm also an advocate for women in technology. I like to help any woman who desires to have a career in technology, and I also love to support these women. All right, so let me tell you a bit about myself. I'm coming from the collaboration side of things. So I spent the last 10 to 12 years talking about collaboration, how knowledge workers can do more with less, right before, I mean, a long time before Office 365 came out. So then we used to use SharePoint on premise, set up the server. I help people with document management and process automation with SharePoint Designer, InfoPath, and everything around automation and some third-party tools. So InfoPath, yes, and then we moved on to Office 2016 was released and discovered that boom, no InfoPath in Office 2016. So we're like, whoa, what's Microsoft planning? InfoPath is such an amazing tool, and why is Microsoft taking it out? Like, can they be too better than InfoPath? And I didn't have an answer to that question. So I needed to automate a new process and it was brought to me and I said, okay, what am I going to use to do this? So I spoke to one of my friends and he said, oh, there's this amazing tool called Power Apps. It has a very sleek interface. It's so easy to use. It's like using PowerPoint slides with some Excel-like expressions, as he put it. And then I was like, oh, do I need a license for it? I don't have access to Office 365. I don't have access to Power Apps. How do I get started? And he says, oh, not to worry. Once you have Office 365, you're fine. So he shows me how to navigate, how to get there, takes me through one or two things, how to create your first app. And that was how I got started with Power Apps. And that's how I got introduced to Power Apps, the Power Platform, other elements of it. And I've never gone to back to InfoPad since then. So that's a bit about me. Now let's talk about the community. How did we get started? Right? How did our Power community get started? Power Apps and Power Automate community get started. So as my friend introduced me to Power Apps, I started to use it. And of course, like every new tool, you stumble a bit, you try to solve issues, and you're not able to figure it out on your own because it was new to me and I didn't know anybody other person that knew how to use this tool. So I always try to figure it out or wait for my friend because he's based in the New York. So I have to wait till he wakes up and gets to the office until whenever he's available to say, okay, I have this issue. What do you think I can do about it? How do I even run a search on Bing to find this? And Microsoft Office, we're talking about Power Platform that day, and a couple of other professionals were there. And guess what? I found other people like me who were trying and trying to figure Power Apps out, and they had just started. And when I heard someone else expressing my concern, I was like, wow, this is so awesome. So there's someone else like me. Fantastic. What we need to do now is we need to come together and start to help each other learn and grow, right? So if I've been able to solve these problems before, why do you need to go through those same problems again? You don't need to. I've solved it. If we're in a community, I can show you the easy way out rather than you having to go through all that time trying to resolve a problem when I have the answer. So that was what brought out the community. And the first thing I did, I got all my friends and colleagues who were using InfoPath, and I said it was WhatsApp group, and I said, guys, InfoPath is going to die. You need to start loving Power Apps. This is the new tool, and it's going to be around for a long time. This is the future. So they were like, oh, we love InfoPod. I said, no, 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 no. If you use Power Apps, you're going to love Power Apps. And that's how the community got started on the WhatsApp group with a lot of colleagues and friends. And they basically started pulling other colleagues that they knew who were also using InfoPath or some other automation tool, who were into process automation or app development. And that was basically how we started to grow in the community. So this picture here is a picture of our first event, a picture that I'm always very excited to see because I was privileged to meet a lot of beautiful, brilliant Nigerians in that event. And we also had the Power Addict supporting us, the Power Platform crew supporting us virtually to the Q&A session, answering some very tough questions that some of the community members came up with. Now, talking to the power of unity. So we had the Power Apps and the Power Automate user group. And there was also the Power BI user group, which has started a couple of months back before us. So when the global Power Platform Bootcamp came up in February of this year, we thought to ourselves, okay, why run this in isolation of each other, right? It's Power Platform, so we are all involved. So let's come together, let's organize this event together, let's run it together as a team. And that was what made this event a very successful one because we got a hall for 200 and the events were we had over 250 people in that space that day. And we had people standing and it was just fantastic. A lot of people were like, oh, I only knew about Power BI. I never knew there was something called Power Apps or Power Virtual Agents or Power Automate. And that was where they were able to learn about all these other tools and get excited about it. And what happened after that? User groups started to spring up. So I have Adewale here. Adewale, after attending the event, he said, you know what I want to do? I want to start up a user group in Oyo State. Oyo State is where I'm from. Oyo State is my local community. And there are a lot of youth there that can benefit from this knowledge. So he started out the user group in Oyo State, right? Hi, Adewale. I don't know if you are watching, but thank you for your fantastic work in Oyo. and he has kept the engagement going since then. Then we also have David Abu. David Abu said, you know what, this is very fantastic, but this should not be for Lagos alone, right? I'm going to go to Edo State. There are a lot of youths in Edo States. Edo State is where I'm from. I want to go back there. I want to impact them. We need to pass this knowledge. This is so awesome. We need to help people in that community to upskill themselves. And he goes to Edo State and start up the Edo State user group. Hi, David. I hope you're watching me. Amazing stuff you're doing. Thank you and well done. Then the Abuja user group also starts off. So I have Kadri chatting me up to say, Foyin, you know what? I'm based in Abuja. I would like to start off a user group in Abuja here to also help the youths that are here in Abuja. And I'm like, fantastic. Why not? I'll be available to support you on whenever you need us. In any speaker from Lagos will always be there to support you for all of your sessions. And this was the flyer from the first session that was held in Abuja. So thank you, Kadri, for keeping the engagements going for the user group in Abuja. And I also like to recognize our student partners. Our student partners are awesome. They keep the Power Platform engagement going in each of their schools, and then also drive engagement through the students, helping them know even before they leave school that these are the tools that are available to you. These are the tools, emerging technology, and you can start to learn about this technology using these tools. And they've been doing fantastically well in that. Okay, so let me speak a bit about textilers. The vision of textilers is enable women in technology, right? So when I started the community a couple of months ago, I discovered that most of our speakers are always the male, the guys, the men, right? So they have a call for speaker. Oh, who would like to take this session? Who wants to take this topic? In a local meetup group, who wants to have a session? And most of the people who respond will be the male in our community. So after a couple of months, I felt that okay, I think there is something wrong, right? It's either the women, I know our women are very intelligent. I have a lot of women doing great stuff in the Power Platform. So why are they not coming up? Okay, probably maybe imposter syndrome, or maybe they're just overwhelmed. There's so much to do, right? So much to do in your day-to-day activity. Like sitting down to prepare a slide for a community event may not be like top on your priority list, or maybe just imposter syndrome. Maybe you don't even understand why you need to do it, right? So it's like, okay, let's start a community for women where we hear the story of other women who have thrived in technology. Some of them who have spent 25 years in tech and are still going strong. Let's hear their story. Let's hear how they've been able to scale through. Women who are MVPs, come and tell us your story. Women who are doing great things in their organizations. Women who are also very young and have been able to learn the tools properly. Like the person we had last on our last textile session, May, built fantastic apps, beautiful applications, and she was completely self-taught. So when women hear all of these stories, it inspires us, and we're able to come up with the boldness to speak in local events. And this has really been successful. We've seen women who have never had a presentation, a speaker, a speaking engagement before. They've never presented before. And they attended this event, they presented to us and they were like, wow, so I'm actually this good. The next call for speakers, they are there submitting their presentations, and most of them have gone international right now, like giving speaking and having speaker slots and giving speaking engagements is in global conferences. So that's what Textilers is about. It's about supporting women. And it has even become a global movement, not just for Nigeria or for Africa, but every woman around the globe is currently an active member of Textilers. So these are some of our creations, some of our women who have never heard about Power Apps before, right? They attended our session, were able to come up with these beautiful applications, functional apps, and we celebrate them for that. So now let's talk about our success tips, right? What is it that made our community grow from 2 to 1,200? What is it that has made our community here in Nigeria so active? The answer, number one, desiring to share knowledge. Every member of the community has this desire to share knowledge, right? They know it, they are self-taught, they gain the knowledge themselves, but then there's a next level where you know what, I have this thing, but I want to share it. I want the next person to know how to use this. I want to help the next person. So there's this burning desire to share knowledge. And that's why you have someone like Adewale go and start up a user group in Oyo State. You have David start up a user group in Edo State, because there's that desire to share knowledge. There's a desire to make an impact. I don't just want to go about my business and earn a living. I actually want to make an impact. I want to be part of somebody's success story. I want someone to say, "Oh, I thank God that I met Foin. After I attended the Power App session, I was able to learn how to use these tools, and now I have a good job. I'm earning a living." So that's impact is what we're looking for. We want to help people achieve their goals in life by teaching them how to use these tools and giving them the knowledge that is required to for them to be for them to be sustained into the future. Then the other thing is unity. Like I mentioned before, we the Powerhouse and Power Automate user group united with the Power BI user group. So we're not working in isolation anymore. So we have this big group on Telegram that holds all the members, whether you're in a Power BI community member or you're a Power House and Power Automate community member, whoever you are, we're talking of the Power Platform. And these are tools that work seamlessly together. So let's all come together to share our knowledge. If you're an expert in Power BI, there's no reason why you shouldn't know how to use Power Apps. And if you're an expert in Power Apps, there's no reason why you shouldn't get curious about Power BI. So the unity is one of the things that has helped the community grew tremendously. And leadership. Leadership is very, very critical, right? Because one person can never do it alone. If I told you I am the one who drove the community to 1,200 alone, I'll be lying to you, completely lying to you, because that's not true, right? Leadership is what has helped the community. Every people coming together to say, yes, we want to do this together as a team. So you can see some of the leaders highlighted in the picture in the background. We have David Brown, amazing leader, driving Power BI side of things. We have Ahmed, David Abukola, Adewale Yusuf at the extreme right. All these people are the people that has made the community successful. In addition, I also like to highlight the leaders on the screen right now, because these are the guys who started with me October 2019. After the first meetup in November, I made a call and I said, okay, the user group is starting up now. If you're interested and you want to be a leader, please wait behind. Let's start to share ideas on how we can grow the community forward. And these are the guys that waited behind after the meetup. And they started to share ideas. So this is what I think we can do. This is what I think we should do. And we started to share responsibilities also. And they've all done fantastically well in delivering on whatever it is that they committed to do. So we have someone who manages our social media handle, constantly tweeting and making everybody informed about what the community is doing. We have someone in charge of our content who consistently thinking of what's next, what should we be learning next as a community, where are the gaps, and how can we feel it. We have someone in charge of our graphics, all of our creatives that goes out for our Power Nigeria series every week. He has been so consistent. Thank you so much, Kola. Always rolling out the creatives for the events. We also have people in charge of our logistics, right? When we were having physical events, making sure that the venue is fine, everything is in place, projector is in place, and all that. All the rooms for the breakout sessions are properly organized. So this is what has made the community so successful. Each person being personally committed to say, I want to do this, and actually doing it. That's the power of the leadership, and they have remained so consistent. So I just want to say thank you to them for this. All right. So celebrating the leaders, thank you so much for all you've done. Now, yes, I've spoken about commitment already. Commitment from not just the leaders, but every member of the community. When we have our events, everyone is right there, active and ready to learn. And that's one of the things I love so much about the Nigerian community. Like Donna said, Toby was the first person for a Nigerian to complete the course, the free course. And that's how we are. We're constantly curious. We always want to know what is next, always wanting to know and learn something new to stay active in our knowledge, and also to stay on top of our game. And that's also one of the things that has kept our community active and engaged. So what's my call to action today? First of all, I'd like to start up my call to action with asking us to set up a Citizen Developer Academy, right? Which is like a corporate community. So within your organization, you can have a community there, which is like a corporate community, just the people within your organization, learning about the Power Platform tools. These are some of the links that can help you get started. Of course, in addition, you can also go to the Oda City, which is now completely free, and start to learn how to use Power Apps and all the Power Platform tools. And the other thing I would like us to do is to join, be an active member of the community, right? So you start up the user group and stay connected to the community. No man is an island. You cannot walk alone. You cannot learn alone. Since I became an active member of the community, I've had a fantastic experience. I mean, I met I met Donna November last year, and he literally threw me out on Twitter, say, "Oh, we have a new person learning Power Apps. Let's show her some love and support." And the amount of love I got on Twitter that day, I was overwhelmed. The Power Platform community is one of the most loving communities. Like, you see people literally say, "You have an issue, let me set up a call with you," and they walk you through this. No, this is what you need to do, this is how you solve this problem. And I just want to use opportunities to say thank you to the larger community and Power Apps, the global community. Your support has been tremendous. And even within the local community in Nigeria, I've seen a community member actually drive to another community member's office to help him resolve an issue. And I'm like, wow, this is what we're talking about. This is what the power addicts say when they say we rise by lifting others up. And that's what the community is about. You learn and you give, you receive and you give. So as somebody higher is helping you up, you're growing, and then you're also pulling others who are just learning along. And that's how the community would continue to grow and thrive. So if you're not a member of a local community, if you're just there doing your own thing, please, you need to join the community today. And whenever a call for speaker is made, kindly respond. Don't ever feel that, oh, I don't know enough, or what is it that I know that every other person doesn't know. No, you know a lot. And you know a lot that a lot of people don't know. So whenever a call for speaker is made today, please answer to that call, and also sign up for various volunteer opportunities that come up in the community. So I know right now there are probably limited opportunities because of the COVID, and we're not having physical events. But very soon, once COVID passes away and we start having our physical events, there'll be a lot of calls for volunteer positions. So answer a call also for volunteer positions. And if there are volunteer positions opened now, even as we're in the virtual mode, also sign up for the volunteer positions and just stay active in the community. Like, I've made amazing friends from the community in Nigeria, people that I've never met before, totally amazing people. And our friendship have gone even beyond the Power Platform into like personal relationships. So that's some of the important things. And when you stay connected to the community, you also get a lot of opportunities, right? So some of us may be thinking, especially in Nigeria, oh, is Power Apps really known? Is this skill really something that is required in the Nigerian industry? Yes, it is known, and it's going to continue to be known. The demand is only going to continue to increase. I'm 100% sure of that. And when the demand starts to increase, are you connected to the community that will let you know that, oh, there's this opportunity out there? Are you available for this job? At least in the last 1 week, I've had somebody say to me, please, I need to employ people who are skilled with Power Apps and Power Automate. I have positions available. Is there anyone in the community that you think can fit this role? And those calls, those type of calls will continue to come. But if you just stay isolated to yourself, learning alone, how do you know when these opportunities come up? We had our textiler event, and there was someone that dropped the comment saying, "Oh, what's my gain if I've been learning this thing for the past 1 year and I've not gotten any opportunity?" And I said, the reason why you've not gotten any opportunities because you're not connected to the community. There are always opportunities. So please stay connected to the community. And yes, my closing notes. I love Microsoft Power Platform. As you can see me here with my big my big love icon. I'm so passionate about it because of the community. number one, which is why I'm having this talk today to say you need to be connected to a community, right? And if there's no local community in your area, you need to start up one because we can only thrive by staying connected to each other. Yeah, like you cannot know everything, right? But when you have our community events, you will learn, we all learn from each other. So the community is really important. And I love Power Platform because it's not just a technical tool, right? It's not just another tool, but it's an agent of transformation because it's solving real life problems. And when I'm saying this, I'm speaking from experience. Like you see real life problems being solved using these tools. You see people's productivity level increase from 3 to 10 because you have built a solution that has helped them save time and do more with less. So that's why the tool is so fantastic. And yes, another additional thing is you don't need to start to learn to code. For someone like me, I've never written a line of code in my entire life, and I've built over 30 Power Apps applications which are in use. So if there was no Power Platform, no Power Apps, I probably would have been waiting on a developer, a pro dev to do this for me. And in addition, Power Platform and Power Apps is not only for those of us that don't know how to write code, but it's also for the pro devs. I've worked with a friend who is a pro dev developing for 10 years plus, amazing, brilliant developer. When he used the Power Apps, he was like, "For why didn't you tell me that this tool existed all this while? It has saved me a lot of time because there's so much I can leverage on, right? That is already existing here, and all I'm doing is just adding additional things on it. I don't have to start building from scratch." And I just laughed. I was really excited about this. So yes, it's not just a tool, an agent of transformation, and then it's supporting the employee to be more productive, right? Because they can solve real life problems and you become a thought leader in your space because you're solving the problems. You're thinking about how can we do this better? How can we do more with less? And you're able to not just think about it, but also solve it. So that makes you super productive. And it also is an enabler for the unemployed to learn a new tool that makes them self-sufficient. Also, I know the all unemployment issues that we have in Nigeria, but if you learn this tool and you become so good at it, remote work is becoming something that is here to stay. And you can get a job anywhere across the world. Yeah, we have a LinkedIn page. If you have not joined Donna's LinkedIn page, please join her LinkedIn page. I have a page on LinkedIn for those who are looking for recruiters and for job seekers. And constantly posts are being put up on that LinkedIn page saying, "Oh, I want this person remote work." So doesn't really matter whether you're in Nigeria or any part of Africa, you can earn a living from anywhere in the world if you know how to use those tools, right? So let's keep the learning going. Let's enjoy the rest of the session today. So many things are going to be taught today. Internet of Things by my power brother Sam. We're going to have Deji also, community leader here in Africa, talking about Power Virtual Agents. So we're going to have so many interesting sessions today, right? So don't run away just yet, but stay connected to the end of the session. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Foyan, for this inspiring session and how you shed light on the importance of communities. And I definitely love your Power Addicts t-shirt. I want one, please. Uh, and before introducing our next speaker, first let me call out on some of the lovely comments that we're getting in the feedback. And for and excuse me if I'm pronouncing the names incorrectly. For Tulip, you were asking how to start your Power Platform journey. So I'd recommend that you start with the Power Platform course on Audacity that was created specifically to help the newcomers be onboarded on Power Platform. Also, I would suggest that you head to MS Learn to we have a specific learning path for Power Platform where you learn from. Now, let me welcome our next speaker, Kolaidi.
Yes, Kaladi.
Sorry, I really apologize for how I pronounce the names. And for the next session, Azure Cloud and how it can empower everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Um, hope everybody can see my screen. Let me try and share my screen so you see my slide. Hello, everybody. Thanks for joining us on Power Africa today across the world, across Nigeria, across West Africa, and across Africa. And thanks for joining this session on the Power Africa 2020. It's a virtual event that we have today. So for this session, we're going to be looking at Microsoft Azure, how Microsoft Azure is empowering everyone. I hope you guys can hear me. Can I get some kind of confirmation that I'm being heard? Okay, great. Okay, so this particular session, I'm just going to be giving like a very high level view, a 360 degrees view of Azure. I know almost everybody has heard of Azure before. So what I will try to do is to make sure I point out some of the interesting parts of Azure that we might not know about. I like to call it the if you don't know now you know session. That's what this session is about. So I'm going to be focusing on how the Azure platform is empowering everyone to do their best work, to do their best bit of work, and to innovate in their different spaces. So that's what I'll be covering in this session. My name is Kolade Kende. I'm a senior Microsoft customer engineer, and I cover Europe, Middle East, and Africa. And today I'll just be walking us through the different parts of Azure that can empower us and that can help us do our best work. So, Microsoft Azure. Azure is Microsoft's cloud offering that helps us to have access to cloud-based resources, both infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, and all these different services that we have in Azure. So as Microsoft as a company, the vision is to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. Basically, to empower everybody, not just for the tech bros or for the technology guys and people around the world, but for everybody, irrespective of what your business is, irrespective of what you're doing as a person. Microsoft has come up with the Azure cloud to empower you and to give you leverage in terms of automating your business processes, making it more efficient, and providing a platform to help you take your business and take your business activities to the next level. That is what the Microsoft Azure platform is about, empowering everybody. So what are some of the offerings? I'm just going to go through some of the things that we have in Azure as a cloud service. So Microsoft Azure, it has different components to it. It has the infrastructure as a service, the platform as a service, and software as a service. Infrastructure as a service for organizations that still want to run their VMs, they still want to set up their networks, they still want to manage their own storage account, they still want to have a level of control over what they do and over the infrastructure that runs their platforms and the services that they expose to their users. So Microsoft Azure provides that. So it gives you a reliable infrastructure that you can build on to have something that is robust and something that is reliable for your own platforms and solutions and apps and containers to run on and reliably provide your services to your customers. Also, we have the PaaS platform, which is the platform as a service whereby we have all this particular set of resources in Azure that helps you to take your apps and design and helps you take your solutions to the next level without you bothering about the infrastructure. So as developers, as technology related people, all you focus on is what? Innovating by what? Building solutions, innovating by creating new things instead of focusing on the infrastructure. So on Azure cloud, we have those cloud services that give you those platform as a service resources on Azure that you can use to what? To deploy your applications without worrying too much about infrastructure. I call it the quick, fast way to go from development to production. And also on the Microsoft Azure platform, on the cloud services, we have the software as a service for organizations that are unwilling to even create any kind of application or any kind of solutions before they can run their business. So the software as a service comes as a packaged software delivered to you in the cloud and made available to you globally, irrespective of where your workers are, where your staffs are. And nowadays, with the COVID situation we have this year, there's need for everybody to work remotely. With the software as a service, it gives organizations that want to allow their staff to work remotely, work from anywhere around the world, gives them that opportunity to do that so that they can work efficiently. They don't have to be in a particular physical location before they can work. They don't have to rely on infrastructure that is exposed to different kind of environmental conditions and on certain environmental requirements before they can run their business. Their business can run anytime, anywhere for their users, for their staffs, and for everybody that allows their business to function in the way they want it so that they can achieve their goals and their objectives. So that's what the Microsoft Azure platform is about. Infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service. And I'll jump into the next slide where I give examples of these different services and resources that we have in Azure. This is for the infrastructure as a service and the platform as a service. Now we have different resources in Azure that can help you with your platform as a service, with your infrastructure as a service. We have things like the edge devices, which are the new set of resources that Microsoft is deploying on Azure to help users that are willing to have a little bit of control over the infrastructure that they run, but at the same time they want to enjoy the reliability of running their platforms in Azure. With things like Azure Stack Hub, I'll still jump deeper into it later in my slide. Azure Stack Edge, Azure Sphere, Azure Kinect, and HoloLens for people that are into gaming that want to design virtual reality experience for their users. And it brings us also to the serverless resources that we have in Azure. We have web apps. That is one part I love a lot about Azure. Web apps, whereby you can easily deploy your app in a cloud-hosted environment without worrying about the underlying infrastructure, the underlying storage. You just do write your code, push it through CI/CD pipelines, and you have them in a cloud environment that is robust, that can give you business continuity, give you disaster recovery, give you security, and all these things out of the box without you worrying about them. So we have different kind of technologies that our web apps support. We do Python, Java, Ruby on Rails, Django, you're doing Python, you're doing all these different technologies is supported in the web. And if you, for example, you don't even have some of your technologies, maybe you run some legacy application, you can put them in your containers and also run them on the Azure web apps. So also we have the Azure mobile apps for your mobile apps. You want to do Xamarin apps, you want to do your React Native app to connect to backends. You can also do it and deploy it in Azure. We also have mixed reality. Then brings us to containers. You want to run your container workload irrespective of what you want to run in the cloud. You have container instances and container platforms on Azure, which is provided as a platform as a service. So you don't need to worry about installing Docker or installing Kubernetes yourself. All these resources are available as a platform as a service. We also have events and integration for people that want to do event gathering in a central place. We have several different platform as a service resources in Azure that gives you that environment to run your event based integrations. We also have databases, irrespective of the kind of database technology you want to run. MS SQL Server, you want to run on blockchain workloads, you want to run your MySQL database, Cosmos DB, MongoDB, And all these different kind of database technologies are also supported. We have analytics from Azure Snaps, which I'll be focusing on a little while in a couple of slides that I have. We also have AI and machine learning, Internet of Things, IoT. IoT is blowing up now. Every device that you have out there can basically have an IoT device to help monitor. You have your doors at home, you have your lights, all these different IoT devices can also integrate with the Azure platform for you to make use of the Azure platform. Then we have the media for your media streaming for people that want to do things like also Azure Batch. You want to process a lot of things in your application. You want to build things that require long-running processes. You can use the Azure Batch for it. And it brings us down to the infrastructure part, where you have compute, you have networking, storage, security, and identity, which is the infrastructure as a service that we have in Azure. So you want to host your own workload, you want to have a level of security, you want to set up your own network, you want to set up your own firewall, and all these different resources by yourself. You want to control it. You can also do that on the Azure app, on the Azure platform. This then brings us to the SaaS part. Foyin was talking about a lot about Power Apps, talking about a lot about having platforms whereby you don't have to write too much code and you still can create apps. Azure also supports those kind of apps, including things like your Power Platform and Office 365 and Dynamics 365 as the software as a service offering that we have in Azure. So the software as a service that we have in Azure includes these three sets of resources on Azure that we use for helping users make use of the Azure platform. Now, a little bit of some things you might not know about. I want to jump into some set of resources. I know a lot of people are familiar with the conventional infrastructure as a service, platform as a service, software as a service. We use it every day, from the web apps to containers to databases to VMs to networks to firewalls to load balancers and all these different resources. But I just want to use opportunity to mention some of the things you probably were not familiar with. The first one here is the Azure Digital Twins, and this is a very interesting technology that Microsoft has come up with and has onboarded on the Azure platform for everybody to use. Azure Digital Twins is a platform as a service offering that enables the creation of knowledge graphs based on digital models of entire environment. What does that mean? That's a lot of grammar. What basically that means is you can create models of your environment. You have a factory, you can create a model of it. You have a building, you can create a model of it. You have a farm for people that are into agriculture, for people that are into energy, for people that run railway systems, stadiums, and big events. You have big public events, and you want to model these environments and try and use insights to understand how activities and how different things happen within the space of that environment. You can use Azure Digital Twins to model these environments, and Azure Digital Twins will give you insights into this model. Say, for example, you have 1 million people attend an event, and you want to understand how people have interact with different parts of the components that are in that particular event. Or you want to simulate a model afterwards to find a way to make the event more efficient and better for people to attend in later editions that you'll be coming up with. Azure Digital Twins helps you with this. It helps you to give these insights, to get these insights from the data from your environment. So it might be something you don't know about. It is available on the Azure platform. We also have the Azure Blueprint, and this is one that I like a lot because I like talking about DevOps a lot, and I like talking about automating the environment from right from the developer, right from the project management when they do all the requirement gathering down to when the application is actually deployed into production and when it is supported. So Azure Blueprint gives us that particular environment that allows us to architect everything that has to do with our infrastructure. So it allows us to design things like all the requirements, the compliance requirements, the organization requirement, the technology requirements. If you are designing maybe a platform as a service application that has to be maybe restricted to some set of users, you can use the Azure blueprint to to create these rules, to create the policies, to create the templates. A lot of time people ask me, what is the difference between ARM templates and Azure Blueprint? And I tell you, and that's why I have this diagram here to just highlight that Azure Blueprint covers all these different areas. In terms of ARM templates, you can have it in there, your resource groups, your Azure policies, all these different components are what you can then architect with your Azure Blueprint. So if you are an enterprise architect, you are a solution provider, and you are looking at creating models and creating a one view of your whole infrastructure and solution you are looking at delivering, you can use the Azure Blueprint. So it might be something you don't know about, you can start leveraging that today. Then brings us to the Azure Computer Vision, where we use things like technology to produce insights into our data. So we use an AI service that analyzes content in images and video, because we have a lot of millions of images and videos that are being generated every day. So how do we get insights into this data that we are generating, this rich amount of data? You can use the Azure Computer Vision, which includes things like the text extraction, the OCR, to image understanding, then the spatial analysis. I'm going to be talking about one organization that have used this spatial analysis to come up with a very brilliant product to help, especially in this time when we have COVID and where we are observing social distancing. So we have the spatial analysis platform as a service functionality that is part of the Azure Computer Vision, which is a whole product that Microsoft is exposing as a core cognitive services offering on Azure. Then we go to the Azure Snap Analytics. What this part helps us with is data warehousing and unmatched time to insights. So you have huge data sitting in a SQL database somewhere on premise or in a cloud environment or other third-party cloud environments. You have device data that are coming in from IoT devices. You even have data coming in from your software as a service, from your O365, from your Power Apps. You design Power Apps maybe to send data to Cosmos DB. All these data are coming in, but you need to get insights about them. This is what Azure Snap Analytics helps you with. It gives you that one-stop shop where you can manage the integration of your data into a central place. You can manage the data, you can monitor the data, you can provide proper security to the data, and you can now run analytics on this data, either using SQL analytics engines or using the Spark analytics engine. And you can also warehouse this data using the Azure Data Lake storage. So it's a one-stop shop for your data needs. You want to ingest data, you want to manage data, you want to gain insights. Most particularly, you have AI models that can help you get insights into your data. The Azure Snap Analytics is the platform as a service offering that Microsoft has produced out there for us to do that. And you can also inject your data into Power BI, and that's one great integration when you use these Azure resources. There's an end-to-end feel from when you generate the start of the platform to the end, whereby you have a one-stop shop in Azure to give you that one user experience that enables you and that empowers your business, irrespective of what your business is. So you've ingested the data into Azure Snaps. It has been analyzed. You've run analytics engines on them. You've warehoused them. Then you want to get insights into them. You can use your Power BI to view this particular insight. People used to say before that content is king, but now data is king, and not just data that is sitting somewhere that you don't have insight into. It is data that you have properly analyzed, and you have insights and understanding of the trend and what the usage of your platform, and of usage and how people are making use of the services you are rendering to better grow your business. That is what the whole Azure Snap Analytics thing is about. Then this brings us to the Azure IoT. IoT is everywhere, Internet of Things, whereby you want to monitor everything. Some few months ago, I had a session with some I had a workshop where I had a lot of people attend, and we were talking about IoT, and it was amazing the amount of things that people are doing with IoT now. We've heard of the popular ones like Cortana. We've heard of Cortana integrating into your IoT device and giving you insight into how your devices are working, and gives you an heads up on how to better optimize your environment. Then we have other kind of IoT devices also. We have industry solution accelerators. So on Azure, we have different offerings for IoT. We have the one that is just your infrastructure as a service. So if you want to run your IoT device and you still want to run your own application to get this data, you can do that in Azure. But if you want a full platform as a service, you can also have that with things like Azure IoT Central, Azure Security Center for IoT, and all these different platforms are available for you on Azure for you to integrate your IoT data. Then we also expose a lot of APIs and platforms to developers, for developers to use this IoT device. It includes things like the IoT Hub, IoT Edge, and it can also integrate with things like Azure Map and Digital Twin. So it is just not one set of tools that most people expose. It is a complete set of tools that you can take and you can use to produce your IoT experience from end to end. Say you want to monitor your data centers, you want to monitor your farm, you want to monitor the weather around your wind turbines. We're going to be looking at example of organizations using it for things like that in the later slides. Now, this is something you might not know about. So end-to-end monitoring of your IoT devices, Azure gives you that platform for it. Then we come to the Azure Stack portfolio. So over the years, a lot of organizations, because of regulatory requirements and compliance requirements, they are not allowed to deploy their application into the cloud. So what has Microsoft done, and what have Microsoft done with Azure to make those, should not leave those kind of customers out or leave those kind of businesses out? Microsoft came up with the Azure Stack portfolio that gives you this hybrid setup for you to run your apps both on-premise and in the cloud and on your edge environment, so that you can run your own infrastructure with the power of Azure. So you're not just running your environment by yourself with your own infrastructure, managing everything by yourself. No, you're running your environment using the infrastructure that Azure is providing, either on your own premise or in the cloud or in your edge server. Say you have another data center somewhere for disaster recovery purposes that you want to separate from your present premise, you can do that with the Azure Stack portfolio, which is the Azure Stack Edge, the Azure Stack HCI, and the Azure Stack Hub. Which brings us to the Azure Arc. So you want to have that experience. You know, when we start, the Azure started over 10 years ago. A lot of people came on board, but there are some people, like I said earlier, that were a bit left out. So what did Microsoft do? Microsoft have created this Azure Arc platform that help you to unlock new hybrid scenarios by bringing Azure services and management to your infrastructure, irrespective of where your infrastructure is, including if you want to run data service, Azure SQL database on premise, you can do that. Your Postgres database, you can run it on premise. All the Azure management and compliance and governance that is available on the public cloud, you can also leverage it on your premise by using the Azure Arc. So the Azure Arc is a platform that we can use within your environment to make use of Azure within your on-premise environment, and helps you to manage all these different parts of your application. And it also includes things like DevOps. You have customers that have been saying, okay, they want to have things like their DevOps pipeline set up in their on-premise environment, and they also want to leverage the capabilities of the cloud. You can put your DevOps cloud in there. Also, you want to put your things like AKS. You've seen customers that say, we want to run our AKS cluster on premise. AKS cluster on premise. You can do that with Azure Arc, whereby it leverages Azure Arc to deploy these resources on premise. Azure gives us a lot of choice and a lot of flexibilities. We support different applications, different platforms from Node.js to Python to Java. And being a DevOps engineer myself, I've integrated a lot of different platforms with Azure, irrespective of the technology you're using. You can integrate with Azure, irrespective of the databases and middlewares that you're building your solution on, or that your architecture is based on. You can use Azure to to deploy them and to serve your customers. Like we all know, Azure, we are in 60 plus regions worldwide, and we have high connection from different data centers around the world, over 160k miles of fiber and subsea cables that we have created to provide high network bandwidth from different data centers around the world, and also our edge locations. We have over 170 edge sites, so that if you want to deploy your resources close to your customers, we're also working with the Microsoft customers some few weeks back, and most of your customers were in a part of the world that Azure did not have a lot of data centers. What did we do? We deployed some of their solutions to those edge sites to help them leverage Azure resources, basically. So that's what we did with the Azure capabilities and the availability globally. We have them in North America and all these different edge sites to help everybody that wants to deploy their solution, irrespective of where you are and irrespective of what you want to deploy, will have access to all these resources. Azure itself is supported by a lot of Fortune 500 companies globally. I cannot start counting them. There are a lot of them out there that are leveraging Azure to deploy their infrastructure, especially in this time where we are doing social distancing and everybody's working remotely. A lot of organizations has jumped on the Azure cloud to help deliver their solutions to their staffs and to their customers and end users. So right now we're going to see some interesting stories of the way different organizations or way different companies globally have been able to leverage Azure to drive innovation within their business and to help even the community and to help the world at large be a better place for everybody. So I'm going to be jumping through some of the stories to help us see how Azure can empower every one of us. So there's this company called DNA Stack. What they did was they used a combination of Azure resources to develop a infrastructure that helps them to analyze genomic data, and they called it COVID Cloud. So they have a cloud infrastructure that is leveraging resources in Azure, like the Azure Machine Learning, the Azure Databricks, the Azure Database for Postgres, and they use the Azure Kubernetes Service for their applications. So their researchers and scientists can quickly analyze data that is coming out of their different labs globally and all their partner medical laboratories globally. So they get this data and they use the Azure Machine Learning to analyze this data and get insights into the data to help quicken the process of actually getting the vaccines that are now coming out now, that we are now seeing from different organizations globally. So the COVID Cloud was built on Azure Machine Learning, Azure Databricks that provided data analytics and AI optimized data to supporting the diverse platform and frameworks that the engineers, the scientists, the researchers were using to quickly understand the COVID virus itself. They use it to understand it, and they used to build a solution for it so that we can now have a vaccine to help solve this particular problem. So you can see how they've leveraged Azure Machine Learning to help solve this particular problem by using these Azure resources. So we can see implementation of Azure resources for scientists and for researchers. Which brings me to the next one. A technology solution company, NEC. They've used the Azure Spatial Analysis to also provide insights into how we can do social distancing better, especially in the workplace, especially in public places like restaurants and malls. They've designed a solution that leverage the spatial analysis platform as a service on Azure to design a solution that enables you to what to define models that can help keep people safe in this time of what that we need social distancing. And it even goes far beyond that. The computer vision, which the spatial analysis is based on, can also be used for different implementation, for counting people coming into stadiums, for social distancing, like I mentioned, and for entry and exit, to understand how people are maybe making use of a mall or making use of a public place. So this is another implementation of some of the resources that we have in Azure to help what create solutions, intelligent solutions, using this spatial analysis to help organization properly what maintain a workplace, a safe workplace environment. Which brings us to this particular innovation that Farmers Edge has done. So Farmers Edge is a farm management company. What they do is they take data from different organizations globally and use the Azure IoT, the Azure machine learning and AI to analyze this data and give best results to farmers on the best way to actually go through their agricultural process. So what am I trying to say? They have data coming in from farms globally. They take that data and they use Azure IoT to gather the data from the different farms. Then they use Azure machine learning and AI to analyze this data so that they can even take decisions of how do you apply chemicals to your produce, to the plants that you have. How do you, when do you grow a particular seed? What time of day should you provide this kind of treatment for the plants that you have grown? So all these machine learning and AI data help them provide more insight into the data they have collected to say, okay, the people that have implemented their farm in this way, or maybe that has grown this particular kind of crop at this time of the year, they saw this so and so amount of growth. So those kind of analysis, the Azure machine learning and AI was able to provide insights into their data, and their CEO was saying it has been amazing. That's given them an absolute optimization of how to even grow their seeds, and day to day they are making better decisions on how to run the agricultural system based on these data insights. Traffic safety with Azure IoT. A company in Germany partnered with another solution company, and they were able to use Azure IoT to produce a solution that will keep people safe on the highway. So there was a huge percentage of people that were facing challenges with using the highway, especially during winter periods where there's a lot of snow and driving visibility is very low. You can't see road signs, you can't see stop signs very well. So what these two companies did, the Bosch company in Germany and N-Drive in the Netherlands, they came together and built a solution using Azure IoT to gather data from highways, so that when they detect any car or any vehicle driving against traffic, they can alert all the vehicles on that path that there's somebody driving against traffic, and that can give them a safe environment for everybody to know that, okay, there's somebody driving against traffic. You need to be careful and drive slowly so that we don't have an head-on collision. Because over time in the European Union, there's been a lot of incidences where people drive against traffic, and it has led to collision, which has been led to a lot of fatal accidents. So they came up with a solution using the Azure IoT on different highways across Europe to gather this data. So these data are ingested into the Azure Event Hub and analyzed. So when they observe that somebody is driving against traffic, every other road users on that path are instantly informed. There was a solution they were using before. The solution took like 6-7 minutes before they can inform the other road users that there is somebody driving against traffic. But with Azure IoT and the Azure Event Hub, using the machine learning platform as a service offerings that we have in Azure, they were able to reduce that time from minutes to seconds. So that's another very, very interesting and fantastic use of the Azure platform. Also, renewable energy production with Azure Digital Twins. So this company in Korea, they were able to use the Azure Digital Twins to what? To understand how their wind turbines are generating power, generating energy. So what they did was they used Azure Digital Things to what? To model those environments, so that the data that now comes out from there, they were able to what? Gain insights from the data to help determine the best way to run their wind turbines, the best way to design their wind turbines, the best way to place them, at what time of the year should they run it in a particular direction, and when it is maybe winter or summer, they can decide to what? To run in a particular way to get the best energy production from these wind turbines. So they used Azure Digital Twins to what? To model these their turbines that were scattered around vast piece of land in Korea. And at the end of the day, the data and insights that came from these turbines, they used the Azure Digital Things to gain insights into them, and they were used to what? Used to produce more efficient energy production for the organization. So that's another very brilliant use of the Azure platform, which brings me to this last one that I have here: designing an anti-bluing system with Azure. So a school in Brazil, what they did was they used Azure bot service and using the language integration service in Azure to design a bot that helps students to get help when they have problems with bullying within the school environment. So they were able to leverage the Azure bot service that the kids and the students in the school could interact with to get better insight to how they can help solve the problem of bullying, and they can help reduce bullying within the school premises. And they testified to it. At the end of the day, they were able to reduce the number of bullying issues they have, because students had the bot service to integrate with, to do reporting, and to get help when they're having issues with bullying within the school environment. Now, I've mentioned the law of resources. I've mentioned platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, Azure machine learning, AI, data warehouse, and all these different resources that I've mentioned. And everybody's like, how do I even get started? How do I know where to start? What do I need to do? How do I even get ideas? I run a business. How do I get ideas of how to use the Azure resources to better innovate? And what I always advise everybody is to do is to go to this place. To get started with Azure platform, there's this azure-chat.com class solution. I'll share the links with everybody later if you are interested in, that lists all the different resources that we have in Azure, and where you can get different ideas and templates on how to get started. You want to use Azure App Service, you want to use Azure Databricks, you want to use Snaps, you want to use the virtual machine skill set, and AKS containers, you want to use DevOps. All these different templates are available on this place to get you started. So you want to have ideas of how to get started, you want to build a solution, you want to know the set of Azure resources that you need to get the solution working, and to get it working in an optimal way. You can get started from here. And one interesting thing about this place is you can also get stories of how people have done it in the past. So you get hands-on experience from people that have used these different Azure resources to automate their business processes. You can get insights from there for you to get started on your solution building journey. And that brings us to the end of my session. And thank you everybody for joining in on this session. Do you have any question?
What a fantastic talk. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Yeah, I think it's really important to note that we live in an era with boundless opportunity, and with the cloud, especially with Azure, we now have the ability to solve problems in ways that weren't even possible just a few years ago. So thank you so much.
Absolutely. You're welcome. Thank you.
Let's take a look at some of the comments that we have in the stream. Planning to take my PL 900 Microsoft exam this week. Glad to be a part of this conference. In response to that, some of you have been asking about how to prep for the PL 900 exam, and a great way to do just that is to go to a guidetocloud.com. The link to the specific resources is at the bottom of your screen now. This will give you a guided self-paced overview of the various tools within the platform and hopefully prepare you for that exam. Any other questions that we'd like to look at from YouTube? David G is asking, where do I go to create a Power Platform user group in my region? Well, before you start one, you really have to think about what platform resonates with the people within your respective regions. It could be WhatsApp, it could be LinkedIn group, it could be Telegram, whatever is accessible is what will work for your group. And you really need to try and incentivize and talk to them about the new skills that they will learn to get people to engage thoroughly. And once that is set up, feel free to reach out to us and we'll try and amplify that group for you. Also, don't forget to connect with us and engage with us on Twitter using the hashtag PowerAfrica. We really want to hear from you guys. We really want to hear about the various tools and the ways that you are using to upskill people in your respective regions. And with that, we're going to bring up Aicha, who will be showing us how we can improve productivity in our daily lives using Microsoft Graph and Power Automate. How are you doing, Aicha?
Hi, good. Come on. Nice pronunciation, by the way. Thank you. This is your first time and you did it.
Yeah. Hi, Aicha.
Thank you so very much for joining Power Africa. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Wow, we just saw very passionate talks. Actually, I got excited about all these Power Africa event as well as Koladi's speech about Azure got me really passionate. So I hope you still have some space for learning other stuff because I have a lot of other scenarios to cover with you. I'm gonna quickly share my screen. Let's see if I can do it. Okay, I can see it. I hope you can see it too. Can I just say, yeah, okay, I got it. Okay, everybody can see it. Okay, let me just introduce myself very quick. Hi, everyone. My name is Aicha, and I'm a cloud advocate at Microsoft. I'm in M365 advocacy. I'm specifically focusing on Microsoft Graph and Teams, but I have 4 years background of working with actually Koladi's team in the customer engineering. So I work a lot with Azure, especially application services with bots, web apps, and so on. So today I'm super excited to be here and I'll be discussing with you Microsoft Graph and Power Automate solutions. In this session, we will really deep dive into some of the scenarios we can build using both of the solutions. So let's get started. So why did I pick Power Automate for this session? First of all, it's quite important, especially this time, because all of us are trying to work from home and we are trying to be connected all the time with work. And at the same time, it's sometimes quite hard to be productive. When you're at home, you just spend a lot of time on other stuff. So it would be really nice to have more data and insights from M365 environment. That's why we will just start with M365 platform overview, and also we will jump into Graph. What is Graph? If you're new to Graph, I'll just share a couple of resources for you to learn about Graph and how to consume that in your apps, Power Apps, flows, and wherever you like. And then we will jump into Graph and Power Automate kind of scenarios, and we will just discuss why it's important and what are the opportunities there for us. So I'm just gonna start with M365 platform. So for the ones who don't know, or maybe you just used the products before, I just want to have a quick intro of Microsoft Graph and the role it plays within M365 platform. Microsoft Graph is the developer experience that allows you to create both user-centric and automation workflow processes that interact with M365 services. think of it as the gateway to M365 data. So the experiences we can create using Graph can be grouped into 3 big categories. First one is user-centric apps. That apps could be like a chatbot helping you with your to-do tasks or sending emails or calendar events and so on. Or it could be background process automation solutions, just like we usually build using Power Automate. And it can be fixing some of the stuff, building all these automations in the background so we don't need to do anything manually. And the last one could be analytics apps. This actually, the entire M365 platform is a big data. So by using all these data, we can create a huge dashboard with all of the insights about what's going on in your M365 platform environment. So there are main areas. These 3 main areas are the quite important ones for us. But today, we're going to be focusing on process and automation solutions using Power Automate. So with Graph, apps and services can leverage incredibly rich data set from M365. When we say M365, it always comes up with Outlook or Calendar or Teams, but there are more than that. Actually, it's quite important to highlight there are hundreds of different data sets in the background of M365. And by using Microsoft Graph API, you can easily reach out to your M365 data. And by using those data, there are different scenarios that you can create. For example, building apps with rich content, you can access deep insights generated from usage patterns such as trending documents, best team meeting times, or who people usually work with. All these data are available in the background of M365 for you. As well as developers can build apps with deep insights based on machine learning algorithms. Of course, these machine learning algorithms will be powered by Microsoft Graph APIs. And my last example could be developers can build apps with real-time updates of the data. This is generally quite useful for the real-time business dashboards. So we consider Graph as gateway to data and intelligence in M365, and it gives developers a unified programmability model, actually, and it takes advantages of huge data set in the background, not only the products we popularly know, but also it includes Office 365, Enterprise Mobility and Security, Windows 10, Dynamics 365, Business Central, and all this data can be reached out with one endpoint, which is Graph. So, building app or flow with Graph, how it's going to work and where can we learn about Graph a bit more. If you're new, we have some steps for you. It's recommended, but it's not only way to learn it. Basically, we highly recommend you to go ahead and check Graph documentations first because there are great tutorials, quick starts available there already. And the second place I highly recommend is the Graph Explorer. It's a free open source tool where we can go sign in with our own account and play around with our own data. So we can just call some Graph APIs and see what's going to be the response. According to that, maybe we can just decide what kind of applications or flows you'd like to build. Then we can start with those APIs. And after that, we just need a registered app in Azure Active Directory just to access your data in M365. Then we will assign permissions. Let's say that you want to reach out to your tasks. Then you need to give permission to tasks. And you want to reach out to calendar. Again, you need to give permission to calendar. After that, we just need to use MSAL for sign-in and get the token from Graph. And the rest is just calling Graph. Either you can call Graph using Graph SDK. If you're building a mobile app, web app, or something like that, you can use SDK. But if you're using Graph in a flow, let's say using Power Automate, then we need to use it as a REST API directly. So this is what we are going to do today. Just to show you a quick overview, I want to give you the places which are quite important in the documentation, as well as I just want to show you how Graph Explorer looks like, and then we will jump into Graph and Power Automate related topics. So I will quickly open my browser. Okay, so it's actually exactly same link. I will go. It's ak.ms/m-graph. This is the official hub for Microsoft Graph. So if you're new and trying to learn about Graph, I think this is the best place to visit for us, because first of all, we have overview of Graph where we can see all of the documentations available for us. We have services and features. You have direction to Graph Explorer. Then we have all of the REST APIs version 1 and beta. And also in the Explore part, you will see there are quick starts and tutorials. Under quick starts, you will see the prerequisites for each and every language and platform for Graph. If I click on it, I'll be directed to a page where I can choose the language I want to consume Graph, and I will just get the guidance accordingly. Let's say I'm an Angular developer. I click on Angular and see I need to download and install Node.js, and then I can jump into the walkthrough. So this is the quick start part. If you are a learner with the tutorials step by step, there are a lot of tutorials. Actually, there's also a tutorial for Power Automate if you would like to build your own custom connector with using Graph. Then you can also check out this tutorial. It's under the tutorials, and there are a lot of other tutorials available here. So you can check whichever you'd like to, whichever you're interested. And the last thing I want to mention in this page is the developer program. Developer program is giving you free tenant where you can join. As long as you use the account, you will continue keeping the account. It's totally free. And with that tenant, if you're not admin in your account, and if you have problems with the permissions in your organization, then these kind of demo tenants are quite useful for us, because this is a free space where you are the admin and you can reach out all of the resources under M365, and it's great sandbox for testing and building purposes. So if you need any kind of tenant, this is free. You can join this program and get your own free tenant. Let's jump into Graph Explorer. I'll go to ak.ms/dg-explorer. Actually, I could click on the other page, but anyways, so this is the Graph Explorer. So best part of Graph Explorer is, first of all, you can sign in to Graph Explorer, and after we authenticate with our own account, we can see in the responses, we can get our own data here. Let's just try out together. I'm just going to sign in with my demo tenant I created from developer program. Here, this is my demo tenant. It's signing in. After this point, under the sample queries, I can actually choose any of the Graph API I'd like to consume, but let's not forget there are hundreds of Graph data sets available here. So it's quite huge data set we can try. Let's first start with my profile. For example, if I just want to get data of myself, then I can click on my profile. The query will change automatically. It's Graph Microsoft.com and version 1 me. And after that, you will just see your name, email address, phone number, so on and so forth. If you want to get anything related with calendar, Teams, or whichever data we'd like to consume, then you can type here. And for example, all events in my calendar, I click on it. And of course, you can manually edit this query as well. Then after that, we will automatically get the calendar data for ourselves. All of the calendar events under this account will appear here. The rest is just consuming the data in your applications or Power Automate. You can also do your post, get, patch, delete, anything you like. And if you want to try Graph beta version, you can do that here too. So it's quite useful tool, especially for learners who just start discovering Graph. I think this is a place where we can try out all kind of APIs, and the rest is just copy paste these APIs and just consume it in our own flows. let's say. So I will turn back to my slides and we will jump into the scenarios, how we can use these graph APIs. So Graph and Power Automate, why they're better together. I want to highlight that there are three main ways usually we consume Graph in Power Automate. First of all, if you just try to use Power Automate before, you may realize that there are a lot of Microsoft 365 connectors already in there. So we have calendar, we have emails, there are a lot of great connectors you can use to build productive scenarios. So it's quite useful already if you try them out before, or if you're just trying right now, just type Microsoft 365. You will see there are many connectors in place built in for you. The only thing you do is just select the connectors you'd like to use, and then you can just create your own scenario. What kind of scenario we usually create is another question, of course. If you are interested in seeing real life scenarios, there's one from me, which is if you go to ak.ms/graph building connectors Power Automate, you will be directed to this scenario. So on the left side, it's actually my own calendar from my previous role as a consultant, because all of us are working with our customers or in our team and on a product. It's quite, let's say we have a lot of meetings during the day already, and they are recurrent. So we have other meetings, the same meetings next day as well. Sometimes we don't have time to check our own emails. And when there is a new meeting assigned to tomorrow or the next day, there is no time to decline it or just say that I have a conflict. So this is the real case, and it is actually my calendar from March, April, and it was quite busy because of the new COVID situation. And I decided to build this solution for my own calendar. So scenario is Flow manages users' calendar and replies the meeting invites. Of course, using some AI here would definitely improve the solution, but even this way, with Flow, without adding anything, but just using Power Automate building connectors helped a lot. So what we did here just was, whenever there's a new meeting in the calendar, and this new meeting will be checked from Power Automate, not from the user, we call Graph to check calendar, and we just see if there's a conflict. If there's a conflict, then we just continue our flow. But if there's no conflict, then we accept the invite. If it is in office hours, then we notify the end user saying that we accepted this invitation. If there is a conflict, then we continue our flow by checking the user calendar. If there are more than 5 events until the end of the day, then we reject the event. We just say decline because it's a quite busy day. If there are less than 5 events, then we say just I'm not available that time, but can we reschedule, and so on. Of course, this can modify according to your customers or your preference, but definitely this scenario helps in many cases. And in this case, user will not do anything but just getting notifications from Teams about if meeting is rejected or if meeting is accepted, or we just send a reschedule request and so on. So let's just see how we build that solution. By the way, if you're interested in building one, you can just go to, as I said, Graph Building Connectors -Power Automate. This link has the entire solution step by step. You can build the entire thing by yourself, and it's quite easy. So what we did here, we just check one calendar, and the calendar is assigned to one user. I'm using demo tenant. When there's a new event, we get the event ID, and after that, we just get the calendar view according to the event start and end time if there is any other event at the same time. And we just make sure that event is not duplicate of itself. Then if there is 0 event at the same time, then we accept the event. We send accept to the organizer. And to our user, let's say admin, we just say that this meeting is accepted and added in your calendar. If not, if there's a conflict, we just check if we have any available time until the end of the day. So that's why in the start time, we added end time of the event, and we check rest of the hours. And the condition here, if there are more than 5 events rest of the day, that means that our day is quite busy already. So what we do here is just directly decline the request, and we send decline to the user, and we just notify the end user here. We just notify the admin saying that we declined this. And other than that, if we have less than 5, then we ask end user to reschedule the event, and we notified admin saying that we just ask to reschedule. Let's test this one. And once we test this, this is the calendar of admin. Let's just say that we have 2 different users here. One is admin, and the other one is Aicha, which is me. And admin, as you see, has a pretty crowded calendar here. We have a lot of events already. Let's just try to schedule something at some time which is free. Let's see, 9 a.m. is free. So this is my calendar as Aicha. I'm going to set up some time with me and admin at 9 a.m. So I'm expecting to receive accept. I will invite the admin. Then let's just send the invitation. Yeah, so admin already received a notification from the flow as meeting accepted. Admin needs to do nothing because admin is super busy, and she is already very into customer meetings and so on. She has no time to check her calendar. And at the same time, Aicha, that is me, I already received accepted email on the right side. Let's just click on it. And it's also saying, looking forward to talk to you soon. Let's try to set something which is conflicting at the same day. And we already know that admin's day is fully booked, so probably we will get a decline. I'm just going to create another event at the same hour, so we make sure that we get conflict. I'll invite the admin and send this one. Okay, so admin already received decline notification, and Aicha also received declined to the invitation, and it's just asking, can we do it another day? In the flow, let's just quickly check what happens. We go to if no, and then if yes. And here, we already have more than 5 events, and as value, we get everything in a JSON format already. The rest is just creating the flow and using that data somewhere in between. So the final step is just creating something with a conflict and making sure that the day of the admin is kind of free. What I'm going to do is I'll go to March 16th and I will set something conflicting here, but I know that the rest of the day is kind of free, so admin can just say reschedule. So I will go to next day and set up some time. Let's make sure that's 9 a.m. And here, when I create this, this is still a conflict, but in the following day, the entire day is free. So I just probably not get the decline, but I will get reschedule. Okay, so entire day is free, and I already received the reschedule. I'm just going to click yes, and admin will receive notification about reschedule requested. Yeah, so this is, if you would like to check the entire solution, as I said, you can visit the link. But this is it. Without AI, with a very simple Power Automate solution, we can manage our calendar, emails, and actually most of the M365 solutions. So, just trying to move. Yeah. What if we would like to do more? Let's say that stuff that we don't have in Power Automate, we have so many different data sets available in Graph, and there are many of them that are not available Power Automate. So the beauty of Power Automate is it's coming with HTTP connector. That means that we are not limited with the components here, but we can also call any of the API we like using HTTP connectors. In that case, I can use any Graph API I'd like in HTTP connector directly without just using the built-in components. In these kind of scenarios, these are actually quite critical because in many of the customer scenarios, especially during the first times of the COVID, we needed to move the entire company, entire ministry of the country to Teams or different M365 platforms. To do that, actually, you need to move many people, like millions of people's accounts, and assign them to Teams policies, let's say. It's not something that we can do manually. It's not like we cannot switch on and off for every single person. What we do is we create Power Automate where we get list of people and automatically assign everyone to Teams license. And these kind of scenarios are, again, critical because doing that manually takes days, maybe months, but to do that with Power Automate, it's just, let's say, half a day. And it really saves a lot of time. In this scenario, just to get the data or assign some stuff, you can create a flow. And I'm just going to say graph flow. And when HTTP request is received here, I'll just create a sample JSON schema. This one can be created from, this one, let me just create it from scratch. Graph flow, okay. This schema can be created from, again, as a copy of Graph Explorer. Whichever data you would like to get, you can just get the schema from there. Next, I will create three things, three initialized variable. The first one is application ID. So these data are available in Azure Active Directory. I need to create Azure Active Directory app registration so that I'm going to get this data available, and then I will be able to call Graph. The second one will be directory ID. Okay, I'll paste it here. And the last one is secret. With Azure Active Directory, I will get a chance to reach out and get permission to M365 data. That's why I'm creating all those. And finally, I'll just call HTTP connector. And here, I will just call get and the Graph API. Here, you can call any Graph API you like. And for me, I'm just going to get list of people in a group. This one specifically can be copied from Graph Explorer. You can just test it from there first and then get it here so that you know what kind of data you will receive. Here, I will choose a group ID. So I'm looking for a specific group, list of people in a group. So here, I'm just going to expand members. And I'll choose Active Directory auth. And here, I'm just going to type HTTPS, any kind of Microsoft login, actually login.microsoft.com. And next is just adding our directory ID as tenant, application ID as client ID, and secret as secret. So now, let's just test this. I'll perform trigger. And when I run this query, it will call Graph API and it will get required data. Let's just check what we get. Probably it is like hundreds or the thousands of people in the list. So this is the data we get, and it's a huge amount of data. The rest is just however you'd like to consume this data. You can build an app with it, or you can use in next step automations, or you can build a good looking charts with a Power BI dashboard. So there are a lot of things we can do with this data. And as you see, by using 3-4 connectors, components in Power Automate, it's quite easy to get this amount of data. So finally, there is one more thing I'd like to discuss, which is reusing your own connector. Let's say that you call everything, you get all of the graph data using HTTP connectors. It's quite easy to consume with a couple of steps. But again, if you would like to consume same graph API in somewhere else, maybe in another flow, or you would like to consume the connector in some other parts in Power Platform, or again, in the next step of the same flow, then we can create custom connectors using Graph. So it's a great feature from Power Automate. We can just call Graph once in a custom connector, and we can just reuse the custom connector again and again. In this example, for example, I would like to get my list of to-do tasks in Teams as a list. How are we going to do that? First of all, we can just create our connector. This one I created get to do tasks for just getting list of tasks from to-do app. And to be able to do that, I actually use Teams choice options, and I just use the data as the options where we're getting data from Graph and posting it to Teams. And the result is going to be our adaptive cart. It's a good looking adaptive cart. If I click any of the buttons here, let's say I want to see more details about one of the tasks, then I can just call Graph again and get more details about my data. And when I call it, the result is going to be details of a specific task. I can see everything, whatever is available under that task, let's say importance level, or if I drop a note, when it is created, what is the status right now, if it is finished or not started yet, and so on. If you want to build something like this, Graph has a great tutorial for creating custom connectors in general, not specifically for to-do. You can just call any Graph API you like. You can just visit the link here and do that. Let's just check how I built this solution. Okay, so here, under data, we can create custom connectors. And actually, you can create custom connectors not for Graph, but for everything else. If you would like to call any API and reuse these API solutions again and again, Power Automate has a great feature as custom connectors. So if I just edit this, you can see all details. Here in the first step, I just call Graph. And in the security part, I choose identifier as Azure Active Directory. So I just put my tenant ID, app ID, secret here. And after that, in the definition, I'm calling Graph API here. So instead of calling Graph in HTTP connector, I'm just calling Graph inside of the connector. So if I want to reuse it again somewhere else, then I'm just going to call my own build a custom connector. So here, this is the to-do. And after that, when this is done, I just create a flow for myself and I call my own custom connector in the flow. Here, I build this flow using recurrence. You can just send these notifications like every day at 10. I just put a start time because I'm triggering manually, but You can receive these tasks every morning and so on, however you like. Next, I just call the to-do tasks custom connector with account I selected, and I parse the entire data. So this to-do tasks are getting me a huge data with all details about my each and every task, with the start date, end date, the importance level. Everything is included in this data. What I'm going to do is I'll create an array to keep titles only. In this case, I'm just going to get titles of each and every task and put it in an array. And the only final thing we do is just putting my tasks array in the options so that I will see title of my tasks in the options as a button on Teams. If someone clicks on any of the options, any of the tasks, I just check which title it is. And when we find the selected title, then rest is just showing more details about that. So that's it. Let's just test it. It seems quite simple, but it saves a lot of time for many things. And here I got notification already, and it's showing me, good morning, these are your tasks. And if I click any of them, then it will just bring me more details about my task. So think of just combining everything else, like emails, tasks, calendar in one place. That would be awesome, and you don't need to go in between applications. And building this in Power Platform is quite easy because there are a lot of flexible things we can use. There's not only one way to build stuff, and you can use whichever way is more convenient for you. Just to show you everything I shared so far, these are the resources: Graph Docs, Explorer, and then using built-in components from M365. Next, if you want to call another Graph API, but it's not available as built-in, go ahead and call it an HTTP. Or if you want to build your own custom connector, there's a great tutorial under Graph. And with that, I think I'm done. I just want to thank everyone, and I'll be sharing these links with you. I'll be tweeting about it, and I already share with the organizers, so they will post it somewhere.
That was awesome. Aisha, thank you so much. By the way, I'm going to use all my new powers for evil, so I'm just going to cancel all my meetings and schedule naps and coffee breaks. That sounds like a great idea. And I bet half this audience can do that too. So thank you for enabling our delinquency. That was awesome. How are you doing?
Good, thanks. Long time, Donna. It's nice to be here.
Seriously. Yeah, that was an awesome talk. And I love how you're bringing together like the two clouds, M365 and Power Automate, and showing how Microsoft products really do work better together. That's the point. So that's why we're having this conference. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, thank you so much, Donna.
All right, audience, are you having a good time? Hopefully you are. We're loving engaging with you. We're seeing all of the comments on YouTube, which is awesome. But there's more ways to get involved. At the very bottom of the Power Africa Conference page, we scroll, the bottom, you'll see that there's a kids activity pack. So if you've got little kids in the house and they're making you crazy, or big kids in the house and they're making you crazy, print off this coloring book activity pack that they can do to keep themselves occupied. There's also a tech stretch. So if you're like me and have horrible posture, actually do the stretches. The stretches aren't these things that I'm doing. They're like actual stretches that you should do. But it's good for us because we all have, developed like very bad posture this year from being hunched over chairs all year. Later on, Gretchen is going to be sharing with you a Power Africa challenge. We would love for you to participate in that because we want more people from Africa to be showing up on global stages. Okay. And of course, we've got all of our Microsoft Learn resources. So a lot of you are asking, like, what are places that I can learn to do all this stuff? And how can I become as knowledgeable as these speakers and show off my knowledge too? Microsoft Learn, that's your friend. So just type in Microsoft Learn in the little search browser window search bar, and you'll come up with a whole bunch of content resources. But Udacity Power is another one to start your Power Platform journey. It's something we made specifically to launch in December so we could do it before this event and all of the stuff we're going to do next year. So tons of free resources out there. So engage with us. And, we're always very findable on Twitter and LinkedIn. As you've noticed, maybe we tweet and LinkedIn a little too much. So find us anytime. Okay, so the next session is probably the one I'm most excited about because it's all for all of you students out there. So if you are a student or know a student or wish you're going to soon know a student, tune them into the Microsoft Learn Student Ambassadors program. This is a really fantastic way for young people to get involved with Microsoft early in their career. So student ambassadors, once they're in the program, they get front row seats to all of this Microsoft tech. They have a meeting like every 2 weeks. They can join various leagues like Azure League, Power Platform League, M365, all these different kinds of tech areas that they might be interested in. So it doesn't matter if they're a computer science student, you can be any student. Like the low-code lead, for example, we actually want more business and commerce and data and math and all of these kinds of students because it's low code. The whole point is that you don't need to be a computer scientist to join these leagues. So go find the student in your life, or if you are a student, have them look up Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador Program. And Joshua is going to tell us all about the program. So I have a funny program story for you. Last year, I had the privilege of meeting Homalema Mohapi, who was previous host, transition person, and he was in the Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador Program. And I met him at a conference, Microsoft Ignite in Johannesburg, and he'd taken the bus 12 hours to come to this conference. And he just shared with me what he was doing in his hometown of Durban, South Africa. He was teaching his fellow students about Azure because they weren't doing a good job teaching it at his school. And that's very normal. Most colleges don't really know how to teach cloud computing. Like in the US, they don't know how to teach. Therefore, I'm assuming most of the world, it's not a common thing. So Homalemo decided that he was going to help his fellow students learn. And he created these guides called Homo's Guides. And they were so popular that they went kind of viral. And he was being asked to teach in Thailand and India and Dubai and all these places. So I had a position open up on my team earlier this year. And I asked him if he wanted to quit being a student ambassador, come be a Microsoft employee, and just teach for a living. And that's why he's working with us now. He helped create the Udacity Power course. He's helping host this thing. So if you have questions about graduating the Learn Ambassador program and getting a job, ask Homalemo. But more on the ambassador program. We've got Joshua next. And Joshua, are you around? Oh, there you are. Hey, Josh. Thank you for joining. Over to you.
Right. Thank you so much. I'm excited for this session. My name is Josh. I'm a Gold Student Ambassador and also a student at Dedan Kimathi University in Kenya. I've been a student ambassador for the last 2 years, and through this program, it has really empowered me to be the person I am, made me achieve things I really couldn't think I would have achieved at this young age. So I'm super excited to share to you about the Student Ambassador Program and how you can apply, how you can be part of it, and actually why you need to apply. So rather why you need to be part of these to be part of this community. So so my session is be a force for good. That's kind of the mantra for the Student Ambassador Program, because student ambassadors are about creating an impact in their local communities. And I'll start this off by talking about the Microsoft mission, because I believe that's what all student ambassadors do. Microsoft's mission is about empowering every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. And student ambassador, the Student Ambassador Program with itself, it's actually students are empower their local communities, or rather fellow students in their community as well, whether it's by helping them learn new skills or helping them get started with skills around cloud computing, or maybe learning a new programming language. That's what you'll find most of the student ambassadors actually doing. And there's this quote by Microsoft CEO that every company is a software company, and you have to start thinking and operating like a digital company. It's not just about procuring a solution. So essentially what this entails is that businesses are transforming to become more and more digitally oriented, getting digital skills. I don't know whether my slides, someone can confirm whether my slides are on the screen. Not sure. Can you see my slides? I'm sure. All right. Let me share my slides again. Just give me a second. All right. Hopefully you can see my slides now. Okay. So they're saying the digital transformation is evident in almost all industries, and successful organizations are making the most of their transformational journey by empowering people with the right technology. And actually, student ambassadors, they really help in the achieving of this overall goal of the digital transformation in these businesses, by helping skilled students who in turn are able to learn these new technologies. They are able to understand how technology is influencing our lives and how it's transforming everything around us. And if you were to look at the business trends, every business is becoming a software business, building applications using advanced analytics, providing SaaS services, and most of these organizations are looking into bringing AI to bring digital transformations in their businesses. And before, cloud was how you will do compute, but now it's more of where you actually do your compute. And it is estimated that 90% of the companies in the market are using cloud services and intelligence, and data is being generated all over the world, different industries. The total amount of data created in the world is forecast. It increases every year exponentially, and this rapid development of digitalization contributes to the ever-growing global data sphere. And you might be wondering, I've started all this talk with how technology is influencing our lives and how businesses are becoming digitally transformed. And you may be wondering, how do you as a student, how do you fit into this space? So the Microsoft Learn Student Ambassadors is a global community of on-campus ambassadors who lead in their tech circles. They help students in their community develop technical and career skills for the future. So a student ambassador will be involved in helping the community of students in his institution or in his local community skill up, get these skills. And it's a global community, so you're able to amplify your impact both locally and globally using by help of this program. And the community is big. It spans over 85 countries, and there's a huge chance that there's a student ambassador-led community just around you. And if there is none, I'll be talking about how you can apply to become a student ambassador in an upcoming slide. So who are student ambassadors? So as a student ambassador, you'll find yourself maybe leading a hackathon. In my experience as a student ambassador for the last 2 years, I have been able to organize several hackathons, some through the Microsoft Africa Development Center here in Nairobi. We've collaborated on a few hackathons, like you remember the Game of Learners. There was the Game of Learners hackathon that was hosted some months ago. That was student ambassador led, and it helped several students from across different universities in the country learn new skills ranging from DevOps, cloud computing, and how to build software in a, or rather how software is actually built in the industry. So as a student ambassador, that's one of the few things you'll find yourself doing, leading a hackathon with helped mostly by other student ambassadors, and also you'll have a backup from the Microsoft Student Ambassador team. And of course, if you're within Africa, the Microsoft Africa Development Center has been engaged so much with the students and with the student ambassadors, and they are helping student ambassador run these hackathons, helping students around. Like in a week's time, there will be another student ambassador-led hackathon, still with the ADC, that is also led by Microsoft student ambassadors. You'll also find yourself hosting digital events. So as a student ambassador, you'll find yourself maybe working hand in hand with other ambassadors from different parts of the world, sometimes with local ambassadors, to host digital events. Like the whole of this year, because of the pandemic, all the events have been virtual. Most of the student ambassador events have been virtual, and it was at this time you found like student ambassadors are able to are able to reach out to other ambassadors and be able to create this community of students as well. So you'll find yourself hosting digital events. You'll also find yourself offering guidance to other students, being a mentor to most of these students, and you'll also find yourself collaborating with ambassadors in the league and using technology to solve real-world challenges together. So Donna had mentioned about student ambassador running these leagues. So as a student ambassador, you'll be in charge of you might find yourself leading in a league. So essentially what a league is, it's like a small community within the student ambassador program that enables you to collaborate with other student ambassadors, use technology, build solutions to solve real world problems. There are some exciting leagues from things like green technology, and you'll find yourself collaborating with other ambassadors, like-minded ambassadors interested in the same topic, and building solutions towards that. So essentially, as a student ambassador, apart from skilling up yourself, you'll help other other students in your community skill up, and on top of that, you'll also collaborate and solve real world problems as well. Okay. So the Microsoft Learn ambassadors as well. You may be wondering, once I joined, I have never led in a community before. I've just been a student. I have never been in charge of a community before. I've never been in charge of a tech group before. And you may be wondering, when I join, how do I forge my way forward? How do I grow my skills? So essentially, it's very simple. You just find something you're passionate about, whether it's around cloud computing, artificial intelligence, Internet of Things. Like, I'll take an example with myself. I was really, really passionate about Internet of Things and artificial intelligence, and how I could solve problems in my community using these two technologies. And once I joined the Student Ambassador Program, I had a huge opportunity, or rather huge platform for me to learn through the various talks that are, or rather the various sessions that are organized for student ambassadors by the program. You have this opportunity to learn how IoT is being used by Microsoft to solve some real world challenges. And I was able to learn that. I was able to skill myself up around that. And I was able to build my community around whatever I had learned. So as you can see from the slide, that was me back in 2018 when back in 2018, yeah, after I joined the Student Ambassador Program. And after learning about Internet of Things, I started hosting these IoT-based sessions in my institutions and helping other students get started with Internet of Things and see how they can be able to solve problems around them using IoT. And after everything I had learned within the program, and building this community around Internet of Things in my community, in my institution, I finally was able to form a team of a team of students whom we were able to participate in the Microsoft Imagine Cup 2020, and we built an IoT based solution around based on what we had been learning for that period of time. So it's very simple. Just look for what you're passionate about. If what you love most is Power Platform, then learn about it and then help other students learn the same. So start skilling other students around whatever you've learned, whatever you know, whatever you love, and by and by you'll be able to form that community of students around you. So it basically starts with what you're passionate about and you learning it, putting time and effort to learn, and then leading others towards your mission, helping others get behind you and what you're doing as well. So maybe you're asking, what are the benefits of joining the Student Ambassador Program? Well, once you join the Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador Program, you join in as once you join into the program, and there are these different milestones in which are a way of providing growth for you as a student in the ambassador program. So you join in as an alpha, and as an alpha member of the program, you have access to 150 monthly Azure credits, a Visual Studio Enterprise subscription. You also have an exam voucher to take one of the Microsoft certification exams. So like if you want to take the Azure Fundamentals exam, the ambassador program will provide for you an exam voucher for you to take that exam. And also you get the TechSmith, Camtasia, and Snagit benefits as well to help you create your tutorials and edit your videos for your sessions. For you to move from alpha to beta, you need to organize at least an event. So you need to organize one event within your community, help other students learn what you've been learning as well. And then once you're promoted to the beta milestone, you have access to all alpha benefits. You get there's a swag kit that is shipped to you. Event support. So like in the case where you're organizing in-person events, you'll have event support ranging from things like Subway, where you'll have Subway providing meals for your event, so that like you can focus on running the event and worry less in terms of your event support. You'll also get mentorship and access to the Student Ambassador Summit. So the Student Ambassador Summit happens in the different regions. So like for example, in Africa, we fall in the EMEA, in the Europe, Middle East, and Africa region. So you might find yourself attending the Student Ambassador Summit, which happens in Amsterdam, and you meet all these ambassadors from different parts of the region, and that improves, or rather that helps you grow your network as well as a student ambassador. And the last milestone as a student ambassador is the gold milestone. So gold milestone gives you access to all the alpha and beta benefits, and you have access to special events and speaking engagements. Like for example, earlier this year, I was a speaker also. I was a panel speaker at Microsoft Build. Student ambassadors were also speakers. Gold student ambassadors are also speakers in the Microsoft Ignite that happened some few months ago. That happened some few months ago, and you'll find yourself as a gold ambassador having access to these events where you can be able to showcase what you've learned as an ambassador and have an opportunity for visibility outside your local community. So you may also be invited to the MVP program, which is the most valuable professional program by Microsoft, and also you also get mentorship from Microsoft MVPs. So these are benefits which you will get as a student ambassador. But above all that, I believe there is more than whatever I had outlined in the previous slide, and that is like the program enables you to earn recognition that separates your resume from the pack. And the reason this happens is because through the ambassador program, you're able to get skills ranging from leadership, teamwork, collaboration, and all of these. Because of your engagement as a student ambassador, you get the opportunity to have these skills added on your resume, which doesn't happen to most of other students who just get into the school and learn only. But the student ambassador program will help you gain these both soft and technical skills, which you will require for your career. The ambassador program will also give you the experience of working with teams. It will connect you with like-minded students and Microsoft employees, and it will equip you with leadership skills. Talking from a personal experience, through the ambassador program, I was able to form my team for the Imagine Cup, and my team and I managed to get to the regional finals in Europe, Middle East, and Africa. So it was through the program that I was able to form this network of other students and other ambassadors, and we were able to form our team and participate in the Imagine Cup. On top of that, the program equips you with leadership skills, as I had mentioned, and most of all, gives you connects you with Microsoft employees, who in turn provide mentorship, and they're able to help you, in the course of you as you're trying to define your career path. This has been really beneficial for me. My interaction with the Microsoft employees, especially at the Africa Development Center, and the kind of mentorship that you receive, I don't think it's mentorship that you get anywhere else, because it's at a personal level, and they are able to interact with you at a personal level, and they are able to help you figure out the next steps you should take, whether it's within your career or out of your whether it's while you're still a student or after you complete your studies and are preparing for your career. On top of that, the platform will give you an opportunity to amplify your impact in your local community. Before I joined the student ambassador program, there wasn't that clear-cut community, or that well-defined community of students, of Microsoft student ambassadors in the country. And after joining the program, in a span of 2 years, our community has grown from almost 0 students who are actively involved in activities with the student ambassador program to more than 1,500 students who are part of our community at the moment. So the student ambassador program provided that platform whereby we could be able to amplify our impact and our reach to very many students, apart from those within our local campus. So if you would want to have that opportunity to have an impact to students, not just within your local institution, and have a wide impact, the student ambassador program offers that, because you are able to collaborate with ambassadors in different regions, even if it's within your country, in different regions, in different institutions, and together you can collaborate and form one large community that has an overall huge impact. So I've discussed about the student ambassador program and its benefits, and why you should actually apply to the student ambassador program. So what I would actually challenge all students out there is apply to the student ambassador program today. It's at studentambassadors.microsoft.com. The application process is pretty simple. You just need to fill out a form and provide the necessary information, and student ambassadors are selected after every quarter. So if you apply now, you should be considered for to join the program in January. So the applications are reviewed quarterly. So like the last batch of ambassadors will join the program in September, and the next batch will be joining the program in January. On top of that, if you're in a country where there is an ambassador who is actively involved in the community, I would really encourage you to work with a student ambassador, because it helps you get started. Once you join the program, you at least will know what it takes to run a community, what it takes to form a community as well. The other thing that I would really encourage you, apart from joining the student ambassador program, is to also participate in the Microsoft Imagine Cup competition. So the Imagine Cup competition is a global student competition that also provides you a global stage for you to showcase your ideas, as a student. So it's a competition that is open to all students, regardless of their background, and gives you that platform to showcase what you're able to do. On top of that, it provides mentorship, which again is one of the most valuable things that has really enabled me, was the mentorship that I gained within the Student Ambassador Program and also within the Microsoft Imagine Cup. So that's it about the Microsoft Learn Student Ambassador Program, and also about the Imagine Cup, which also is a program, or rather a competition for students by Microsoft. And as I wind up, I would like to wind up with this quote by Mark Weiser: "The most profound technologies are those that disappear, weave themselves into the fabric of everyday life until they are indistinguishable from it." As I always say in almost all my talks, technology is everywhere, embedded in the day-to-day activities we engage in. And as a student, more than ever, now is the most important time to be involved in technology, whether it's even if it's not in active building of tech, just know something about technology, because it will directly influence how we live our lives and also our livelihood in the future. So it will be very much important to at least have a say in how technology is built, and how technology is used, both how it's built and how it's used. And the only way to do that is at least knowing something about technology. And joining the Student Ambassador Program is one sure way of knowing how technology is evolving in different parts of the world. So thank you so much. If you'd like to reach out to me, you can always reach out on LinkedIn or on Twitter. Thank you.
All right, thanks so much, Josh. Really appreciate you giving us that overview of the Student Ambassador Program. From my post in Seattle, had a chance to interact with some of the student ambassadors and work on the program a bit, and I can just back up everything that Josh is saying. Some key themes: mentorship and community. It's really important to kind of establish that community now, to find your mentors, and to really explore using a lot of the different tools, Power Platform, as well as Azure, which was covered a little bit earlier, and get access to some great learning resources through the Student Ambassador Program. So also always want to plug Imagine Cup, and I believe this past year we actually had a team in the final rounds from Kenya, which was really amazing to see as we try and get more participation from the continent. So just before we kind of transition to our next session, we did get a question from Media TV, and the question was really around, is there a program similar to the Student Ambassador Program, but for non-students? And so really the closest program to that is going to be the MVP program. And so that's for, kind of Microsoft experts that have kind of built their own community and built an expertise. And they're kind of engaged by this program by Microsoft, and they have opportunities to speak with some of our partners to gain access to, product developments and information on future releases. It's a really great program for those kind of professionals that want to stay close to Microsoft and use their influence to spread the Microsoft mission to within their networks. So with that, we were going to take a quick break, but since we're a little bit pressed for time, we are going to also, I'm just getting a note popping up. We also have some recent Azure heroes. And so this is going to be going up soon, and you can kind of find more information about that as we share, some of the information after the event today. But coming up next, we're going to be talking a little bit more about the Microsoft ecosystem and some of the programs we have available. And so I'm going to hand it off to my colleague, Sam, who's going to take it away from here.
Awesome. Thanks, Malam, for that introduction. I hope you guys are having a wonderful, wonderful time. It's an awesome time to be on this program. So far, A lot of talks have happened, from Azure to the ambassador program to all that. Yeah, that's amazing. So today, I am going to be talking about something interesting. I'll be talking about IoT, and the Power Platform, how those two come together. That's what I'll be talking about. So if you're ready, without much ado, stick and stay with me, and then let's get this show rocking. Um, yep, and let me know if that is live. Awesome. Let's move this here so that we can get a lot of this going for us. All right, so I'm just going to go into it. Let's get this started. Awesome. So, like I said earlier on, I'm going to be talking about the Power Platform of Things. This is an awesome experience where the physical world interact with software interacts with the cloud, and then we can do some cool stuff. For a long time now, this area has been reserved for potentially people that think it's kind of like a hardcore area to be part of. But this is something that I'm going to demystify in the next couple of minutes. So stick and stay with me. And if you have any questions, don't forget to drop them in the chat on Twitter. The hashtag is hashtag PowerAfrica. We'll try to answer all those for you. So quickly, just to quickly introduce myself, my name is Samuel Adjourney. I am a Microsoft MVP, also an MCT. I do stuff with Andela. I have my own startup running, called Fluid Solutions. I run a community here in Accra. I'm also an IoT, AI, and cloud solutions architect. I run 3 shows weekly: IoT Tuesday, Demystified Techs on Friday, and the Power Series on Sunday. I also have an occasional podcast which I do talking about Africa and technology. So what are we talking about today? From my little hut and village in Accra, we'll be talking about what IoT is. We'll go back in time to talk about the whole of IoT, how we started. We'll look at the industry revolution, some applications of IoT, and then we'll look at why Azure IoT. Then we'll look at some services that we're using, and then why we are marrying this with Power Platform. And then I'll try to do a very quick demo and show you how things done, provided there's time. But I'll try as much as possible to make this very interesting and very appealing. So let's get into it quickly. What is IoT? Simply put, I would define IoT as a network of internet connected objects that is able to collect, exchange, and act on data without human intervention. And I'm saying objects in the sense that today there are a lot of things that are internet connected that are, so to speak, smart. You can talk about smart wearables, you can talk about smart rings, you can talk about smartphones, you can talk about smart clocks like Alexa. There are a lot of things around us today that are smart, that are collecting data every day, acting upon it, using some AI and all that. Now that constitutes what the Internet of Things. So you're thinking about technically any device, anyone, anywhere in the world, any business can use it. A lot of networks are supporting, and which actually is accessible for you every time. Now let's go back in history for just a few minutes. When did this whole IoT thing start? Now people think it's just a buzzword now. Nope, but actually, did you know that the very first IoT or smart device was in the early 1982s, all right, which was this particular Coca-Cola vending machine, which was able to report, new inventory, whether it was cold or hot. It was that simple. But then it gave that information that was needed, and this was kind of like when it all became something that people wanted to take a look at. Today we have tools, we have technology, we have resources that's making it accessible and easy for us to access. Now, what is the IoT? What is the IoT in Industrial Revolution? Currently, you might think there isn't a place, but well, there is. We're currently in Industrial Revolution 4.0, all right, where we start with automation, big data, cloud computing. We had autonomous systems. IoT is in now, and then with IoT, we have a lot of data being generated. Therefore, we're moving into the era of data management. So IoT is playing a key role in this current industrial revolution, which we term as 4.0. Now, what are some of the quick applications of IoT? Well, we can talk about different applications of IoT, right? We can talk about consumer IoT, which includes things like connected vehicles, home automations, wearables, connected health, stuff for elderly care, appliances. All these things can be termed under consumer IoT, all right? Now, aside that, what else can we talk about? Now, we can also talk about commercial IoT, well, applications of IoT in the commercial sector. Now, you're talking about medical, or we call it healthcare, or Internet of Medical Things. All right, the fact that you have some blood pressure monitor that is smart, that when you take your readings, it's probably sending it to your phone or sending it to the cloud for your physician to check if your blood pressure is in the right range. We can talk about transportation. We can talk about building and home automation as well in the commercial space. All right. Then we can also take a look at industrial IoT. And the industrial, we're talking about industrial Internet of Things in manufacturing and agriculture, and a whole lot. And finally, in the space of infrastructure, now you can talk about energy management, you can talk about metropolitan scale, development or environmental monitoring. This is where, let's say, metropolitan or government or cities are using IoT for their smart lights, doing environmental monitoring, you doing, and analyzing and monitoring their water bodies to know if they're not, polluted and all that. So these are a lot of applications of, of IoT in the various sectors, which if you're interested in, and I believe that this is the time because the growing industry. Now, the question now is, why are we using Azure to do all these things? Well, like my colleagues have spoken about it earlier on, Azure IoT, as I term it, is for everyone. It's built, for the least people, for the least, to the highest of organizations. So, and it's built on Microsoft decades of, of skills, right? Of enterprise, of knowledge, of skills, of, data. It is one of the biggest clouds, I mean, you can argue about that, but it is the biggest cloud providers currently. Now, Microsoft is also investing over $5 billion, okay, into IoT research. So trust me, you're dealing with a platform that is flexible, that is intelligent, that is trusted, that is easily and accessible for everyone to build solutions on top. That is the more reason why we are going with Azure. I mean, if you're not going with Azure, I don't know what you want to go with. Anyways, so let's take a quick look at some of the services that drive IoT on Azure. So we can talk about Azure IoT Hub, we can talk about Azure IoT Central, we can talk about the IoT Solutions Accelerator, Azure Sphere, Digital Twins, we can talk about Azure Time Series Insights, Azure Maps, and then Azure real-time operating systems. These are all services that collectively enable you to, make use or build IoT solutions in the cloud. Now, we're just going to focus on one, which is kind of like the fabric of all the IoT services or solutions on Microsoft Azure, which is IoT Hub. Now, what this does is that it enables you, to create highly secure, reliable, and then, bi-directional communication between your IoT applications and devices. And it also allows you to manage them at scale. Now, it also provides you kind of like a cloud-hosted solution that allows for you to connect virtually to technically any device. And this is something I'm going to show you in the demo, that you can pretty much connect anything. It also allows you to extend solution from the cloud to the edge, which means that if you're in an area where there is probably internet connectivity is a problem, you can actually move all these things to the edge device, closer to your devices, not internet connected, but then being able to do all that intelligence processing on the edge as well for you. It has stuff for authentication, it has built-in device management, it has, you can scale provisioning to thousands and thousands and thousands of devices. All right. Now, let's take a look at some of the features of IoT Hub that makes it very interesting and very the right choice for building your solution. Security. First of all, it has enhanced communication channels for bidirectional communication. So, which mean cloud to device communications and device to cloud communication. So, whether it's your device sending data to the cloud or it is the cloud sending commands to your devices, yep, you can use that. Then also, it has what we call the built-in device management and provisioning that allows you to connect pretty much any of your devices. Sorry. Now, then it has it's fully integrated with almost all the other Azure services. So event grade, serverless compute, other things you want to build on top. So if you want your IoT solution to communicate with functions, Azure functions to do something, to even automate, to do some automation, even logic apps to, queues and all that, it's already built in for you to take a look at. Now, it's also compatible with IoT Edge, like I'm saying, for building hybrid solutions. So if you're in an environment where compliance is a problem, all right, you can actually build hybrid solutions at the edge, and that also solves the problem for you. Now, the question is, so with all this IoT talk, all this cool stuff, why are we, marrying this with Power Platform? Well, conventionally, if you're building IoT solutions, all right, and you build it in terms of monitoring, controlling, and all that, was reserved for pro devs. It meant that you have to go build a dashboard, do some MQTT things, build a whole some complicated things just to be able to read data from your IoT devices or control your IoT devices. Well, we know the Power Platform, provides us, provides us the bare bone, low code, no code way of building solutions, whether it's reporting, whether it's applications, whether it's business automation flows, whether it is bots. All right. It gives us that opportunity to do it. So that is the more reason why it makes sense to marry the Power Platform with Internet of Things. So which means that I can build my cool IoT project and then use my cool Power Apps connected to my Power Automate and connected to my Power Virtual Agent to control these devices from anywhere I want, and then create, a very harmonized and peaceful marriage between the two solutions. So that is what I am going to be showing you today. So if you have any questions, all right, I know my colleagues have talked a lot about Azure, have talked about the Power Platform, so I wouldn't delve so much into it. I'm more excited about the demo I'm going to show you. So let's just get right into it. Let's get the demo going. In the meantime, if you have any questions, again, don't forget to drop them in there. Drop them in the chat, and also drop them into on Twitter with the hashtag PowerAfrica. So before we get into the demo, please, let me put this disclaimer here. The things I'm going to be working with have voltage between 120 and 240 volt. So if you're not comfortable, if you don't have a lot of skills with this, please approach this with all the cautions you can. I'm going to walk you through just a little of what's in our demo. So in our demo today, we're going to be taking a look at how I'm using the Raspberry Pi connected with a DHT temperature and humidity sensor and some relays to control a fan, a high voltage fan, and then a high voltage siren. All right, using this technology. So there is IoT Hub in there, there's Azure Function is there, there's Power App in there, there's Power Automate in there. And I'm not sure we have time, but there's also a Power Virtual Agent that can control these things. But I'll limit it to the Power Apps for today, and I'll leave you juicy for you to join my channel and learn more. So these are the things that you're going to be seeing in the demo. So let's get right into it. So let's get rid of this for now. I'm sure you can see my desktop. So just to give you a glimpse, you can see my workbench. We can go over the things that I'll be sharing, which is, yeah, I always like to give that warning. So you can see here, we have the siren here, this side, there. And then we have the fan. This actually is 240 volts. So this is the high voltage one, just to explain what's happening here. Now, and then we also have here the relay. Well, I didn't need all this 8-channel relay, but this is the trick. So the siren and the fan are not smart. They are just direct voltage into switches. So the relay is what's trying to make it smart. So it's actually blocking the current that is coming into the relay, and then it uses pins signals from the Raspberry Pi to either turn the signal on and off. I have a detailed one on my channel that you can check out. But this is the setup. So the general thing is that here, the temperature and humidity sensor is picking data in this office. There's also a gas sensor here picking data from this office and sending it to Azure using Azure IoT Hubs. And then there's some analytics happening in there. But then I need ways I can control this fan and control this light remotely, right? Ideally, that is where you would have probably used a pro dev to build something, but then I want to use a Power Apps to do that. Isn't that cool? So that's what we're going to be taking a look at. So let's jump right into it. All right, and then let's have some fun. So let's move this somewhere here so we can track that. And then I'm going to go to my desktop, and I have this cool Merry Christmas Power Africa wallpaper. So if you like it, just give a thumbs up, and and I'll send this out for you for free to use. So let's get started. Now I'm going to use a varying of tools. Obviously, Microsoft Visual Studio Code. Even if you're anti-Microsoft, I know that a lot of people are not using Visual Studio. Sure, Loris, I'll send that to you. So first thing is that because I'm using the Raspberry Pi, it's running Linux. But then thanks to the powering tools of the Microsoft technologies, I can remote into the Raspberry Pi and then build solutions into it. So first of all, I'm going to show you the solution, which is a very basic node application, right? It's a basic node application that is running on top of the Raspberry Pi. So let's go here, click this, let's connect to our host. And then our host is also on the same network as my laptop right now, so I'm able to connect to it. Let me actually get this thing a bit bigger, yeah, so that I have to point things out, you can see them. So we are connecting to our host right now. Thank you so much. So again, if you like that wallpaper, that Christmas wallpaper, just hit us up, hashtag Power Africa, and then tell us what you like about the show, and make sure you're doing the homework that's going to be assigned to you at the end of the session, and then hey, we'll drop you that cool wallpaper. All right, so let's get this rolling. Yep. Okay. So let's connect to our host. This is our host. It would ask us to connect, provide user the password, my super secret password. Can close this. And then let's go ahead and open up our code base. Our code is here. Node applications, let's open it. And for those that have done some form of development work, you see that this is very basic. It's a very basic Node application. So I'm using a lot of the SDKs from the Azure IoT Hub. So quite easy for you to use if you're a Java person, you're a Python person, you're a C# person. There's always an SDK available for you to to use. So let's just make this load now, and I'm going to show you how difficult this is. All right, let's close the connection and try again. Let's run this. And yeah, like I was saying, so depending, there's SDK depending on the type of tech skills you have. Okay, so whether you have your Java person, your C# person, your C# person. Okay, there's always SDKs for you to make use of. All right, so don't feel out of place to say that, well, I don't know. It's very basic. It's a very basic Node application. I mean, as opposed to, think about it. Would you be building? The question will be, would you be building something like a complete mobile application? All right, to interface with a solution? No, that'll be like an overkill, and that is the more reason why we're using Power Apps and the Power Automates to do it. Okay, what do we have here? Let's see. Let's quit this and let's close the connection. And gods of Demo Day are refusing my sacrifice, but I think I would appease them again. All right, connect to our hosts. Yep, our host is live and running. Let's be sure we have him on the same. Okay. So I think I know why we're having this. Okay, let's see this. Okay, awesome. For once, I felt I was being deprived of the connection, but it looks like my connection has changed, so I need to update it. So let me do that real quick. There we go. All right, so yeah, let's connect to our app real quick. And there we go. All right, so this is our application. I'm just going to run it real quick, and then I'll show you what's happening. Yes, I know. I'm actually asked for the sacrifice to be done to the gods, because if the gods do not accept the sacrifice, we are in big trouble this afternoon. But hey, so as you can see, the app is running right now. All right, so, and very basic, you see that it's sending data to IoT Hub. All right, real quick. Now, to show you the power of it, ideally, once this is running, you would have, you probably would need to have built a complete application, all right, to interface with this thing, like a mobile application to interface with this thing. So to show how easy and simple this is, I went ahead actually and then built a Power App for the sakes of time. So let's open this up. And then whilst this is happening, I'm going to switch to a dual screen view. All right. so that you can see the app and the workbench side by side. So this is a very simple app. In fact, let me give you a simple toy. So this is a very simple Power app. I call it my smart home power control. All right. So you click on start, and then you get the information from the temperature to the current usage to the fan and the office light. All right. Very simple, nothing complicated. So let's go here. Now, so the underworkings of this is that Power Apps is calling in the background, is calling a Power Automate flow. And within the flow is calling an Azure function that is sending commands to IoT Hub. All right. So check this out. If you're looking on the bench and I toggle the office fan, you see the matching ant at the top, and then within some few minutes, not minutes, some few seconds, because it's now warming up my Azure function instance. So within some few seconds, this fan should go live. And once that happens, I can go ahead and control the other things, you know, in my office right now. And as part of this, if I go back here, you see that it would have received certain commands also from our extensions running in the background. So let's go back here and see. So let's turn, okay, so let's turn this out. What do we have here? Okay, let's restart our server. It looks like the sacrifice. Let's reload this. Hopefully they are accepting it. All right, let's see. Okay, 13. This is interesting. So let's do this. Okay. So what's happening is that it seems that the connection to my Raspberry Pi is being cancelled. So it doesn't how do I say it? It's always moving away from let me do this. Let me quickly fix this here. So that we don't encounter this again. Just give me a few seconds. Let's go here. All right. Okay, I think we should be good now. Yeah, I think we should be good now. So let's retry the connection again. Just when I was about to mesmerize you, the gods decided to say, we have not accepted your sacrifice yet, but definitely they would accept the sacrifice. I think the connection went through. Yeah, I think the connection went through. All right, so now let's go back to our app and let's try this again. Marching ants, okay. All right, I'm just going here. I'll restart this. No one deals with a demonstration like that. Yeah, don't I know, right? I don't know why, you know, these things try to, you know, pin me in the butt, but it's a lie. You know, I've made the sacrifice, I've paid my dues. The demo god should allow me to do this demo. Yes. Else I'll have a bone to pick with them. All right, let's try this again. There we go, and it fixed it. I like it when this happens. This is just to tell you guys that we are not superhumans. We struggle with things like this, but the exciting part is that when you get it fixed and you know the problem, you fix it, you're excited. And yes, I'm excited. So you realize that, and a couple of things to look out for. You realize that the fan icon changed, lit up. It was dim, just like the office light. So initially, if I turn this on, there's a very tiny light that pops up somewhere here. I don't know if you can see that. Because of the light, you might not be able to see it. So I decided, you know, to go back to my Power Apps and say, you know what, let's add, you know, a few things to it and then make it more visible. So the idea is that now with this Power App, I can control everything in my IoT Hub or everything on this workbench anywhere I want. So let's turn this off, and then let's go ahead and open the second Power App, which I built for the sake of time. That has the siren, and I'll walk through how that is done. So if you look at the interface, it's the same thing, but the difference now is that I have added not just the fan. So now we have the fan, we can turn on the lights, and then the cool part is that yes, we can turn on the siren and check that out. All this is happening from just using Power Apps, which has Power Automate calling some Azure functions in the background. Without this, you would have been completely building a mobile app with Kotlin, Java, or something complicated. But very simple. Right here, you can do this with Power Apps. All right, we can leave that to run. or we can stop this. Let me just take you through quickly how this was built. Isn't this awesome? I mean, you can control. So think about what you can. So at this point, I can add a lot more things to this. I can add a lot more sensors. I can control my air conditioner. I can control, you know, a lot of things right now in the office. Awesome way to do it. Now let's take a quick look at how this was built. So I'm going to go here, and then we're going to open the Power Apps. I'm sure my colleagues have talked a lot about it. So let's just get into this so you can see this properly. And again, hey, if you have any questions, this will be the time. As I've shown you the demo, I'm just going to walk you through how I built it and what I used to build it. And if there's any question, we can answer that on the various platforms that we have. Awesome. And whilst we do that, so yeah, don't worry about that. Yeah, I'll just skip this. All right. So if you look at this, let me zoom in. All right. So that this gives you a good perspective. So this is a regular button. All right. Using the very basic navigation, which means when I click this, move to the next screen. All right, which is the main screen. So if we go to our main screen here, as you can see, I'm using a couple of things here. So I used a control. And a control is a reusable it's a usable feature within Power Apps. So if you look at this, there are two similar controls, and then they have properties, like properties for the icons, properties for the title, properties and all that, and I have buttons in them that are controlling stuff. So now let's look at what happens when this button is clicked. So I'm just going to scroll down a bit, move this here. So if you look closely, it's a very basic thing that's happening. I'm setting certain variables, all right, to on and off depending on the state of the button. So if the button is off, I'm setting a variable which is there's a variable called fan command on, and there's a variable called fan command off, all right? So depending on the state of the button, I'm changing them to either on or off. And then the response is what I am passing to this toggle fan power automate flow. All right, there's a toggle fan power automate flow that accepts either a fan, either an on or off command. Now, where is this being activated from? All right, let's quickly go back here. I'm going to show you the code real quick, which is the device code here. So it's just basic. So do you see we have three states actually. So this is it. We have toggle LED, toggle fan, and toggle siren. All right. So these are commands that we can call. So the IoT hub can call and send to this particular how do you call it? To call the Raspberry Pi. So these commands are here, and then they are the ones controlling whether I should turn on the light or turn off the light and all that. Now this in turn is calling. You see this? I have three Azure functions. Right, let's see if you can see this. Let's zoom in. Hopefully this is clear enough for you to see. Yeah, so we have three Azure functions. All right, so the on fan, the toggle LED, and the toggle siren. All right, let's open the on fan. I'm only going to see it in view only mode because I built this on Visual Studio Code and then publish in zip. So if you're familiar with deploying, you would realize that you can't edit it here. I'd have to edit it offline, but you can see the code base. So it's quite simple here as well. So look at this. We are receiving a response from our function, all right? And basically we're calling that function and then passing in the state, a state of on and off. That's just pretty much it. But then knowing this thing, you'd have gone out to build a whole application to handle and do this. But that's what we're doing. We're using our Power Apps and then our Power Automate for. So let's go to our back to our functions. So here I'm calling this Power Automate, all right, passing in the state, and then it's triggering and it's working. So if we go here, let's actually open this up and go into our Automate. Let me open this in a new tab. So I can also show you, I can show you that flow, all right, the flow that we're using to create all this, to make all this magic happen. So let's open this up. And then we have, as you can see, we have toggle fan, we have toggle light. So these are the various flows that are being called right from within Power Apps. So let's take a look at the fan. So if I go and edit the fan, so you see, very simple. We receive a command from Power Apps. Let's zoom this in so you guys can see. So we receive, if you look at this, we receive information from Power Apps, and all we are doing is we are calling out to this Azure function, all right? And we are passing the state. So the state is either an on or off, which is coming from Power Apps. We are passing this to this function. All right. We're passing this to this function here. And then we are just passing the response, as you can see, and sending the response back to Power Apps. So this is very simple. As you can see, we have a Power Apps, about just 4 steps, calling an Azure function, which is just calling an IoT hub and making this happen. So that is how easy it is. So using Power Automate, Power Apps, all right, and then a lot of the Azure goodness, Azure IoT hub, Azure functions, we have built this powerful and an immense and sweet UI that we're using to control our fund. And for the sakes of, for the sakes of the interest, let's just do this again. I think I'm just in love with this. So let's do this again. Let's open this. Let's go to our split view and let's control this again. So let's start this. Again, turn on the fan. And then you can see how now it's fast because now we have our services running. Turn on the lights and turn on our siren, and then we can add up to this, control different things, control servos, control environment in our building and all that. So this is the power. This is the power of the Power Platform connected to your IoT project, and then it's just a never-ending love story between these two, so to say, distant, so distant in the past services. But today, with the power vested in me as the IoT god on the continent, I have put them together, and no one should put them asunder. And back to studio. If you're ready for any questions for me, this will be the time I'll take your questions. And hey, I'm glad to have shared this. If you have any further questions on IoT and all that, awesome, just reach out to me and I'll be very glad to. Yes, by the power. Yes, by the power. Obviously, we're talking about Power Africa. So by the power vested in me as the power god, I now pronounce them married and to do wonderful and great things on the continent. Awesome. Keep your questions coming. And if it's a specific thing, we can share that.
Sammy, thank you so much for
what's
that
up?
wonderful presentation. I think we should start writing a romance novel for the Power Platform.
I know, right?
Yeah. But guys, you could see how simple it is to really merge the power of what the Power Platform can do and the existing dev tools in Azure and all these cool IoT stuff. So go ye out there and build amazing stuff. So as we enjoy this conference, I'd love to welcome our next speaker. And that is, I believe, Mark. Am I right? Oh, hold on. I think I got it right. No, it is.
Ayodeji.
Oh, it's Ayodeji. Sorry about that.
How are you?
I'm good. You're going to take us today through Power Virtual Agents, right?
Exactly.
All right, cool, wonderful. So this is the other cool part, sort of application that sits under the Power Platform. Let's see what awesome stuff it can do. Over to you, Ayodeji.
Yeah, thank you very much. So once again, I'm Ayodeji Folani from Lagos, Nigeria. So today we'll be looking at Power Platform. So they've said so much about the Power Platform. We've looked at some things on Power Hub, Power Automate, but I really want to concentrate on the Power Virtual Agent. Now, when we talk about Power Virtual Agent, what exactly are we talking about? Let me move straight into my screen. Okay. Yeah, please, I need a confirmation that you can see my screen right now. Let's get that up and running. So, please just confirm that you can see my screen. Okay, so let's fire up. So we'll be looking at Microsoft Power Virtual Agents, and we're actually powering up Africa. So once again, I'm Ayodeji Folani, a Microsoft certified trainer, and Microsoft Most Valuable Professional on Data Platform. So I enjoy anything around data, but today we are not talking data, we are talking virtual agents. Now, what are we doing today? Today we want to build a bot, a virtual agent. We're quickly going to run through authoring and editing our bots, the content of the bot. We want to enhance it, improve it, publish it, and monitor and see how our bot is actually doing. Now, what exactly is a virtual agent? Now, virtual agent, also known as virtual assistant, intelligent virtual assistant, a chatbot, and so on and so forth. Now, it is like live chat where answers are provided by artificial intelligence and non-human. So this can be a web-based app or a mobile solution. Now, so the first thing we're going to look at is authoring. We want to prepare the content that will be behind these bots. Now, we call it topics. So we come up with different topics as far as Power Virtual Agent is concerned, and we arrange all our topics in different lessons. So we create or we can edit them. So we can actually enhance what you have there. We can manage the topic. We can actually test the interaction before we actually publish what we have in the cloud or anywhere we may want to publish it. Now, I want to talk about enhancing or improving the performance of your Power Virtual Agent. What are we looking at? We want to see how we'll be able to use things like entities, use things like variables, create lots of topics. This time we can decide to just pick a topic from somewhere without wasting time creating the topics, and lot of things we can do. We can even extend it using the bot framework skill out there, and we can actually limit whatever we want to do within Power Virtual Agent. And what you're going to do today, I promise you, I'm not going to write a single code, and I would like to still appeal to Sam. Please keep discussion with the gods. We should not have anything that will hold us back this time. So we're going to publish and integrate our bots into any form of application we want to put it on. We can try to put it on Facebook, Microsoft Teams, put it on our website or the demo site. We can add it to a mobile or a custom app, and we can do lots and lots around the bot. Once we are done with testing it, we put it wherever we want to put it. Maybe today I can just drop it on my Facebook or Microsoft Teams, so we can just interact and test and see how it works. Now, this is the amazing part of using a Microsoft Power Virtual Agent. And what is amazing about this? After building your bot, you want a feedback. You want to analyze the performance of that bot. How are they using it? How many people interacted with it? This bot was able to solve people's problem. If yes, to what percentage? If not, what is really happening? Let me see the topic they really engage most, and so on and so forth. There are lots and lots of things that you can do around this, and we can see how your monitoring and diagnosis will go, and we see lots and lots of things around here. So without wasting much time, let us go into the demo section. So I'm moving straight to my browser, Microsoft Edge. Now, right there on the browser, so what do? We move to Microsoft Power Virtual Agent. So that is the URL. Very simple and straightforward. Just type it the way I call it, powervirtualagent.microsoft.com. So once you do this, it takes you straight to the landing page. Let me just open this on another browser. So powervirtualagent.microsoft.com. So once I hit this, it is a landing page. Now on this landing page, if you are coming here for the first time, I will encourage you to quickly watch the overview. This is interesting. It gives you amazing things around what you need to see or know about Power Virtual Agent. Now, but I'm starting free. Click on Start Free. So when you click on Start Free, it takes you to this page where you log in or you create your account if you don't have an account with Microsoft Power Virtual Agent. So let me quickly put in my email address. So I put in my email address and say sign up, sign me up. Let me use it. So can you see the message that is being pulled up? It's telling me you have an account with us already. Thank you for giving me that account. So I don't need to sign in. All I need to do is just to move straight into Power Virtual Agent and start using it. So I don't need to do this because I already have it running on my second screen. Let me go back to my second screen. Now, let me go straight to the landing page. Good. So this is my landing page. So come up, come up, come up. I hope Sam is still with the gods. Come up. Great. So this is our landing page. And as you can see, we have lots of interesting things on our landing page. Let me go to home. So on the home, there are a lot of things you can do around here. So if you want to author a topic, you can quickly do that. You can publish your bot. You can monitor the performance of the bots. Now, this is where we test our bot. I can say, okay, please hide. I don't need you for now. I can call it back. Please stay there. I need you on the screen because we're going to test whatever we're going to do right now. Now, still on what we have on the screen. The next we're going to look at here, let's go to the topics. Let's create one or two topics and interact with it. Oh, before we do that, then definitely you need to create your bot. Let me click here. When you click here, you want to create a new bot. Just click on new. When you click on new, let me do that so that we just see for demo sake. So I'm creating a bot. What is the name of the bot? Call it PowerAfrica bots. Okay. So language, I love this. Since the release Power Virtual Agents November last year, in fact, it was released November last year, but I got to know about it during one big event we had in Nigeria, Abuja, Nigeria. That's MCT events. So I've prepared a slide trying to tell people we have three pillars in the Power Platform. That's Power BI, Power App, and Power Automate. But luckily, before my presentation, Donna presented before me, and she showed her own slide, the same slide, this time showing 4 pillars. I have to go back, quickly pick up my Bing search and look for it. So we have 4 pillars now. Wow. I have to quickly edit my screen. Thank you, Donna, for that day. So immediately since then, I fell in love with Power Virtual again. That same night, I have to try it out, and it's awesome. You don't need a special training. Just lay your hands on it. You will really appreciate it. And since that day till now, we have about 20 different languages that you can use this. You can use these bots to at least to interact with. But I will go with English US. I'm looking for a day I will come here and I will see Yoruba Nigeria. Yeah, that would be amazing. So, but let's go with English US. So you can actually put it on which environment. You can select the environment or create the environment, but I'm going with my environment. The next thing is you click on create. When you click on create, so what you'll get is this page. Now it's telling me I have my Power Africa demo page. So what am I trying to do here? So I'm trying to create a simple bot that we can quickly do within a few minutes, interact with the bot, publish it, manage it, and do a lot of amazing things around this. So the very first thing is, let me go to the topics. Very simple process. On going to the topic, you can start a new topic if you want to. You can go to suggested topic. Let me first go to suggested topic. It's telling me I can pull up a topic from a website. I have this website I always go to because they are my internet provider, intel.com.ng/FQA. Now, take a look at their, FAQ, frequently asked question. If you go through this place, there are amazing answers to a lot of questions that may be in your mind. But sincerely, these are too much. I need to first keep coming, exploring. I want to change the user experience of this interface. Instead of working with this, can't I just pull all this into a bot and let the people interact with the bot by just typing anything? Once they type, it has an intelligent module that will read natural language, understand what you've written, come back here, pick and give you the answer almost immediately. This is one website. We can decide to read the Q&A or look at another interesting one here. That's the Contuso home improvements. So this is another website. Take a look at this website. They have lots of frequently asked questions. If you scroll down, lots of them. But I don't want to interact with it like this. I want to convert this into a bot. Within few minutes, this will become a bot. Now, what will I do? All I need to do is to copy the URL. Let me copy, Control C. I guess I've done that. Or let me right click for everybody to see where it's copy. Copy the URL for me. Come back to what I have here. Our presenters earlier on, we had Foyi, we have Kolade. Kolade talked about SaaS, software as a service. Power Virtual Agent is 100% software as a service. You don't need to install anything, just get on your system, go to your browser, go in the way I've showed to you. And the next thing is you have it up and running. So you are going to get your application design here, publish it, and test it. Everything will be done on this same platform without wasting any time. Now, where am I getting my Q&A from? I want you to interact with the Q&A. Let me paste what I've copied. Great. This is what I've copied. Now add it. Immediately, it will go back to that website, harvest all the Q&A on that particular website, and throw them up here for me to see. So let's wait. Come on. Sam, I hope you are still there. Stay with the gods because I'm still presenting. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Okay, so it's trying to harvest all the Q&As we have on this particular site. So let's check it out. Okay, come on. Are you done? Getting your suggestion. This may take several minutes. I don't want this to take several minutes. Come on, help me. Okay, now as it's harvesting those questions for me, so all I need to do, look at what you have here. Existing topics. There are already 12 topics. I did not design any of these 12 topics. He has done all this for me. Oh, I love this. You have 16 new topic suggestion. So let me come to suggested. On getting here, these are the 16 topics. If I come back here, you will see the topics as we have them here. But getting here, well arranged. So I can actually work on any of the topic if I want to. I can do whatever I want to do to it here, but I'm not going to edit any of the topic. Let me just look at the topics and pick. I don't want to push in everything into my existing topic. They are still suggested topic as at now. Let me see. Let me just pick one or two. Okay. Do the products carry a warranty? I would like to work with this. So let me see. How quickly can you install your product? Good. I'm just going to harvest these two from all the suggested topic. Once I've selected this, all I need to do is what? Add to my topic. I have just 12 topics here and 16 suggested. Please add these two to that topic. So the number of topics will now increase to 14. Come on. Good. So I now have 14 topics here, 14 suggested, 14 existing topics. Now, with what I have here, without writing a single code, I have been able to have completed a wonderful bot that we can interact with. Now, let's interact with this bot. So all I need to do to interact with my bot is to come down here. Now on getting here, I want to type, let me just greet, hi. Let me just type hi, hi. Let me see what will happen. Come on. So the bot is already responding. Somebody at the other end is non-human, is already telling me, Okay, what exactly are you trying to do? So with what I have typed, so it's telling me, hi, I am a virtual agent. I can help with account questions and so on and so forth. I can actually modify the content here. What will I do? Let me track my discussion. I don't just want to interact, I want to track. So let me see what is happening. Let me come back here and say hi again. Hi again. Good. Immediately I type hi. So can you see? You will see by this side, it's telling me this is the message that's actually showing up here. I can immediately edit the message if I don't want so many things to show, but let me just keep it simple. Let me leave it the way I have it there. So it's telling me I, blah, 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 blah. So what can I do? So what can I help you with today? Today, I'm interested in one thing, and what is that? I got two things from here. What are those things again? Something around, okay, how quickly can you install? And I did something around warranty. I can't remember, but no problem. Let me just ask my question. So what do you want me to do? So let me say, how fast can you install? How fast can you install? Now, that is just a question I've typed on my chat box. Immediately I hit enter key. The next thing is, it's telling me, oh, you cannot understand this question. Okay, let me rephrase the question. How fast is your installation? How fast is your installation? Oh, the spelling, installation. Come on, that's a question. Oh, so I expected my bot to respond to this. I thought I had the topic up and running. Let me pick it exactly the way I have it there. How quickly can you install? Let me just pick this question. So Control C. Let me try it exactly the way I have it here. Okay. How quickly can you install? So, oh, my topics are not coming up. Let me go back and check all my topics again. So 14 topics. Oh, sorry, these two topics I brought in, I've not switched them on. Oh, no wonder. Come on, come up, come up, come up, come up. Switch on. I thought I've done that. Come up, switch on. Good. So with what I've done, let me come back and interact with my bots. So let me start again. Hi, how are you? So come up. So it's telling me, hi, I'm a virtual agent. So what can I help you with today? Well, today I'm interested in, what's that thing again? How fast is your installation like? How fast is your installation like? Good. I hope that question is good. So let me press enter. So with the help of natural language, it will quickly run through the data and come up with a good answer that can answer my question. So I love this. We're able to professionally install products when you want, as soon as next day, blah, 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 blah. I love this. I did not do any of this. Let me go back to the Q&A. So look at the answer. The answer came just the way we have it here. And it's asking me, did that answer your question? Yes or no? Let me say, yes, it did answer my question. So the next thing, my bot again is telling me, great, please rate your experience. I had a wonderful experience interacting with these bots. So can you see, without writing any code, I'm already interacting with this bot. Thank you for your feedback. So can I help with anything else? For now, no. Thank you very much. So with this, I have a bot that can actually address all the question here, address all the question as I have it here, as long as I bring them in and I switch them on. So with what we have done, let me quickly create a topic, enhance the topic, and publish it for us to see. Let me quickly do this. Okay, back to my topic, come on, a new topic. Under the new topic, let me say we sell different products, or we also train in this organization. So let me say training training courses. Okay, look at some of our training courses description. Don't worry about this. So what should trigger it? So types of training. If anybody should type types of training, so please, you can trigger this. Or if anybody say, what type of training can I do? Courses available. Courses are available. You can also use this to trigger what I'm about doing. You can add more. So a lot of phrase. It may not come exactly like this, as long as your natural language can pick the key phrase and also match it with what you have here, it will trigger it. So let's go straight as we quickly author this. Come on. Okay. Now with what we have, let me make use of entity to show them we have different products. Entity, give me a custom entity. That is our courses. So when we talk about the courses, so the lists, all the courses we have Power BI. That is one. Let me do one more. Power Apps. Come on, Power Apps. Good. What else can I have here? Power Virtual Agents and Power Automate. Power Flow. That's the whole name. Good. Now, with what I have here, I've created all these for an entity called what? Courses. Let me click on Save. So thank you. So let me go back to my topic. Let me continue to build my topic. So thank you. Back to my topic. I was working on a topic shortly. Okay. That is training courses. Good. Let me complete this. With what I have here, let me quickly alter what I have here. Okay. Now altering what I have here. So what are the courses available? If anybody should ask any question like this. So what I want here is I need my entity to come up. So where is, should I ask a question? Okay, go ahead and ask a question. So the question is not a multiple choice question, but I need my course. I already have something here called courses. Come up, okay, from all my courses. So let me see all the courses, show them all the courses. For now, we've not started doing Power Flow, just show 3. If I want you to show 4, show them all the courses. Ask them a question. What training program would you be interested in? Good. So just ask them this question. So what training program will you be interested in? Good. Now, so once you do that, and the person is able to answer my question from here, now the next thing is I need a condition. Show them, add a condition to this work. Now, what is my condition? I want a case whereby somebody selects, if somebody selects Power BI, for example, what should I say? If the man selects Power BI, just add, show a message. Let me just stop here. Show a message, tell them our Power BI class run for 2 weeks at NGN 250,000 naira only. Good. So that's just what I want. I can actually continue. I can ask this. Don't stop there. Help me trigger. Help me call up an action. I can connect this to Power. That's Power Virtual Agent. I mean, calling Power Virtual Agent to Power Automate. I can have to go and look up at my database. Has this customer come before? I can request for his phone number or email. Check his email. If he's there, mention his name. Hello, Mr. Deji. Welcome Thank you for coming back. Which training will be interested in today? Last time you did this particular training, how was the training? I can engage on and on by expanding it, but I don't want to make it complex for now. So at this point, just close my conversation. So end the conversation. If you can flow through this. Oh, this, what am I trying to do here? You can go off. I don't need you. So once I start, okay, great. So let me start my conversation again. Hi. Have I saved what I'm doing here? Sorry, please quickly help me save. Help me save. I don't want to lose what I've done. Okay, have you saved? Okay, so let's start again. Hi. Once I say hi, come on, give me my feedback. So, come on. Okay, good. So what do you want? Types of training. What training? What type of training can I attend? Okay, let me just type the question and leave it that way. So it's already telling me what type of training will you be interested in. I love this. So it's already giving me the list of all the training that are available: Power BI, Power Apps, Power Virtual Agent, Power Flow. I'm interested. I've not done any. I've not followed the flow this side. Let me just follow the one I've done. I need Power BI. So immediately I select Power BI. It's telling me Power BI class runs for 2 weeks at 250,000 naira only. So did that answer your question? Let me say yes, it did. It did answer my question. Good. So I'm okay. I'm okay with this. I'm rating it 5. Can you see the flow as it's showing everything I'm doing? So can we help with anything else? Yes, help me with something else. I learned you are into flooring. So warranty period of your flooring. Hope your product comes with warranty. Let me just do that. Hope your product comes with warranty. Good. So let me just try this. I know I ripped one of these from the side there. It's telling me yes, all the product carries both manufacturer product warranty and limited. I love this. Now, I also, what I've just added to what I picked from here, I saw something on warranty here the other time. Okay, but I picked something from here around warranty. Okay, good. Look at it. So he actually answered that same question. As long as you have it as a topic, it can fly. So permit me to just quickly publish what we have so that we can close for the day. We've used entity. We're going to analyze. Let's publish what we have here. Now, how do we publish? Quickly go ahead and publish. Be fast about it. I'm okay with what I've done. I've tested it. It's perfect. It's good looking. So publish. Okay. So I've actually published this. So the next thing I want to do under my publish, let me go to my channels. Which channel would I like to drop this? Okay, drop it on Teams. Oh, sorry, let me show you all the channels. I can drop it on a demo website, my own personal website. I can put it on a mobile app, Facebook, Skype, and so on. But quickly drop this on Teams for me. Okay, so turn it on, turn it on, turn it on, be fast. Drop what I've done. That's Power Apps demo. Power Africa demo. Come up. So drop it there. Okay. So with what I've done, so open my bot on Teams. Let me go to my Teams. It should be there now. Good. So with what I've done, I've published this on my Teams. Okay, this is my Teams. Oh, app not found. Please help me dump it there, please. Come on. Oh, so, okay. Don't let me waste time with that. Let me come back here. So, just copy the link. Let me copy the link. Oh, I don't want to use Teams again. Let me leave Teams. Let me go back to my channel. Close. Let me go back to my channel. I've just disabled that. Okay, on the demo site now. Let me dump it on the demo site. So on my demo site, so good. Let me copy the URL. I can give anybody this URL to use. Let me dump the URL here, Control V, enter. So let me see our chatbot, the way to work. And as you interact with the chatbot, this is the way to work on a website. So come up. So let me start again by saying, hello, hello bot. Oh, hi. Okay. So I need your training courses. Okay. So once I do this, it's telling me these are my training courses. I need Power BI to run. So from there, this is my Power BI course. Have I answered your question? You've done that, and I love this. I'm rating you very high. So thank you very much. No, I don't have another question. So thank you for chatting with me. Bye. This is how to quickly create a bot without writing a single code. Now my bot is up and running. All I need to do at this point is to check out what's the performance of the bot. So now let's go to the analytics. Let's go to the analytics. Under the analytics, it will give me a summary of the performance of these bots. It will give me a summary of the performance of these bots. Okay, I'm waiting for the summary to come up. Come up, 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 come up. Okay, so as I can actually go to a summary that I've actually captured earlier on. So let me present this so that we can see, and I can close with this. Now, as you can see, it's telling me the total sessions we have here. We have 5, and the engagement rate is superb, 100% engagement. So the resolution rate, he was able to resolve 80% of what we have there. He was able to escalate to maybe to a human agent, 20%, and nobody abandoned the interaction. The rating is there. I can even see the topic that they really engage, and so on and so forth. We can also look at the customer satisfaction. How satisfied are they with some of those questions that is being put up? So at this point, I will not really want to bother us. If you have any question, that takes us to the end of the Power Virtual Agent. And for further learning, please feel free to go to any of these sites. So you can go to the Power Virtual Agent overview. You can get that on the landing page. So learn the latest tech skill. That's the advance your career. You're going to the Udacity and also the Power Virtual Agent community. Feel free to join the community. And that's that. Any question as at now? If you have any question, so let's have your question. Let's interact and let's see how it flies.
All right, great. Well, thank you so much for that brilliant presentation, Ayodeji. Really fantastic, very engaging. And I must say, yeah, you're very welcome. And I hope, the audience and the folks tuned into the conference can see how dramatically simple Power Virtual Agent makes it for anyone, literally anyone without any prior AI experience, to build a chatbot, right, with zero code. So thank you very much for making that come to life for us in a very brilliant way, Deji. So with that said, Deji, thanks. I'm going to basically transition to our next speaker here, Ruth Furland, right? So Ruth leads our student and community engagement at the, well, I would say it's a newly formed Africa Development Center. As many of you know, the Africa Development Center was opened May 2019. So it's been well over, a year and a half, right? And Ruth is part of that dynamic team, and she leads the student and community engagement, and she's going to basically be taking us into our next session around the Microsoft Africa Development Center. So with that said, over to you, Ruth, and thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mark. I'm in the process of sharing my screen. It's a little delayed. But as he said, my name's Ruth Farland, and I lead the Student and Community Engagement Program at the Africa Development Center. I'm really here to talk to you about ADC and what we're doing in the community. So as you know, Microsoft as a whole has been around in Africa for quite some time, back in 1992, and it's not really until about 8 years ago, starting with the PowerAfrica, the data center, the farm bees, and now ADC. Just last year, that we're really building a presence here in Africa, not just to sell products, but to build a community, bring in talents, and actually build products here with ADC. Now, ADC is set up in Nigeria and in Kenya, and we kicked off last year. We're only a little bit over a year old, but we're growing super fast. In fact, in Kenya, just about a month ago, we've celebrated our 100th hire in Kenya. So we're really growing fast, and in 2022, we hope to be in about 500 engineers. We have a lot of support from from the executives back in headquarters. This is the snapshot of the folks that are the sponsor for the Kenya site. I'm just going to breeze right through this so we can talk about the community side of things. So our focus, really, we have 3 pillars in ADC. We have the engineering, bringing in talent so that we can build awesome products that not only take into consideration the local environment, but also build it for globally for the entire Microsoft world ecosystem. And we have the education side that we're targeting, and it includes the mentorship and so forth. And I'll go into a little bit detail after this. And then we're focusing on the community impact as well, setting up meetups and things like that, so that that we're here to stay. Now, in the student engagements or the student university, the education side of things, we're targeting it as a 2-pronged approach. We have the student engagements, and then we have the university engagements. And in the student engagements, it's actually our way of the grassroots approach, where we engage directly to the students without really worrying about what school they come from. So this is predominantly virtual, especially in the past year. And you may have noticed of programs such as Game Learners, if you search that on the internet. And now we're hosting a student conference called the Microsoft Student Summit. That will be kicked off actually tomorrow. It's a 3-day event. But the idea here in the student engagement is to really partner with the student ambassadors. So you notice that I know 3 speakers ago, Josh, he's a student ambassador, and we actually work closely with Josh along with the other student ambassadors in Kenya and in Nigeria to put together our programs. And the idea is to really make it stick. So create programs that are sticky so that it's sustainable, it can outlive me. And with that, it's the game of learners. They're heavily involved. The student ambassadors are heavily involved behind it. And the summit, if you attend the summit for tomorrow and the following day, the people that are really planning that behind the scene are the student ambassadors. So a student-led effort. We're also spending a lot of support for their individual engagements. As Josh had mentioned earlier, part of being a student ambassador is that you have to engage the community, the student community, right? So what we do as ADC is to line up with their engagements and provide them support, whether it's through mentorship, through speakers, or even just swag. So that's what we're doing on the student engagement front. And then on the other side, in parallel to that, we are also engaging directly with universities. And this is a partnership in collaboration with PowerAfrica and the education team. And the way this is we're trying to go into it as a one Microsoft and be able to partner with the universities in terms of the Microsoft recruiting from those universities, especially for internships, the mentorship part. So we're putting together mentorship that lines up with that university's program, and then providing a curriculum review. So a lot of the universities are always asking input as to how they can be a lot more relevant to the industry, and that's where we come into play. It's really very involved, and it requires a lot of hand-holding with the university, but it's a wonderful effort, and in the end, it's the students and the faculty that really benefit. In the community side, and this is what we're calling community engagements, and this is really the industry side. So after graduation, you go and work, or you're a worker bee. You are now in our community side of the camp, and in that side, we are developing a cadence of monthly meetups. And the idea here, again, going back to making programs that are sticky and not just this one-off events here and there. And so it's not so much the big draw in the very beginning, but rather the gradual increase of followers. So we kicked off a couple months ago, we kicked off ADC Hour of Learning, which meets on the second Wednesday of every month. And we also kicked off the Women and Allies, which meets every fourth Wednesday of every month. We use we partner, we don't use, we partner with community influencers to help us set up the ADC Hour of Learning, for example. That's not really run by the ADC. We just provide the speakers. So we provide the speakers, the content, and so forth, but it's run by Frank of Azure Kenya. And the idea there is to really support the community and flourish, so that we're there to support you. Even swags and things like that, we're there for you as well. We use the Meetup platform. It's a pretty popular platform, so we use that pre-existing platform. Another part that we're also putting our focus on is the MVP. The MVP program. So for this is I'm saying this in a it's one thing that we need to increase, because in Kenya we only have one, and the goal is to really triple that, for especially in particular in Kenya, but in general in the African continent, we really want to increase the MVP. And I saw in the chat window earlier that, how do you transition from a student ambassador to the industry? And that is really the MVP program. So student ambassadors would graduate into becoming an MVP afterwards, and it's similar type of work engaging the community. So we're really trying to line that up so that there are more MVPs out there in Africa. And then thirdly, we partner with our partners and other companies within the ecosystem. So in some of our programs that we're developing right now, for example, we are setting up a program that will allow other companies to recruit from this cohort. So we're trying to put together a cohort where we train them so that they're at the level of a Microsoft engineer, but we also invite other companies to recruit from this cohort. So they have the opportunity to choose whether to come to Microsoft or someone else. We also partner with the folks in the ecosystem for anything digital access. So whether it's USA, NGOs, a lot of the talks is about just doing the fundamental things. So when I'm deploying programs out there, for example, one thing that I noticed immediately, especially with the Game of Learners, was that I can't really send this out without any additional support, because people lose power all the time, or they don't have access to the internet. So part of the support system that we had provided for Game of Learners was to provide the satellite. What is this? The D-Light Solar. So we partner with D-Light Solar to put the solar panels installed in the student's house so that they can participate in this 5-week hackathon that they're supposed to be engaging in. And we also provided MiFi devices, and that allowed us to have 100% participation for the entirety of the program, and we had no drop-offs, thank goodness. So it's these type of things that we were really talking to other organizations, our partners, to determine other programs that could help the fundamental issues that we're facing here in Africa. So on those 3 fundamental issues are, just to get to our digital accessibility, right, is power, internet access, and devices. So that's on the third part of the community engagements that we're doing. And overall, I had mentioned a few times that we're doing the Game of Learners. We're putting out there Women and Allies meetup to bring in more women into the tech world, where I know there's a lot of words in here. I'll let you read that by yourself. But I just really wanted to highlight that we're working hard to bring in the community, involve them, get a lot of activities out there so that we can increase the digital digital access, or upskill any potential talents. Some of the Game of Learners, for example, the idea there is to make sure that students have hands-on coding experience. So not only for next year coming up, we're not only going to do the 5-week hackathon, like our Game of Learner season, but we're also doing Game of Learners clinics. And so there will be a lot of things that not only we involve the students directly, but also the universities. And on top of that, we really try to have a fun culture at Microsoft. And this is just some of the photos that we've collected the past year. So when I moved to Kenya, I was asked to run the first hackathon venue here. And as some of you know, probably, Microsoft hosts an annual hackathon that we do globally at the same time. There has never been really a venue presence in sub-Saharan Africa. So when the Garage team from the US found out that I was moving to Kenya, they had asked me to run the first venue ever in sub-Saharan Africa in Kenya, and this is us at the hackathon 2019. It's really loads of fun, and we try to provide that type of culture so that it fosters creativity and hopefully entice people to come work for us. And that's really is it for me, for you today. I'm going to stop sharing because I don't see my, there it is. I don't see myself, so I don't see where I'm going. I don't know if there are any questions. I know we're up for time, so I'm gonna hold it over.
Awesome. Ruth, thank you so much for that. That was super, super helpful and insightful. We actually had a really good question in YouTube that I don't want to make stuff up, so I figured you'd know. Say yes, it's awesome about the mentorship. What are you, or do you have any ideas around how the people who are providing mentorship can plug in with the students? Because there's so many ways to combine like professionals and students so that they can learn from each other. Are there any programs in Microsoft ADC that you do that with?
Yeah, so at ADC, what we do is we have actually a pool of mentorship. A lot of it we've instituted as part of the Game of Learners. So in the Game of Learners, yes, it was only 5 weeks at that point, but some of this stuff is what actually was Josh was talking about a couple speakers ago, that in the Game of Learners, for example, not only did each team had 2 coaches, a female and a male, throughout the entire program, but they also had coaches, mentors afterwards, whether it was the judges telling them how the project was going, or the winners, for example, get mentors from headquarters as well as ADC, and they get to have that session with them for a few months. So we line that up for them so that it's easier for the mentor as well as the mentee. And on top of that, what we actually do, and this is what we're trying to institute on the university level, is that for every mentor that we bring into the program, we actually mentor our mentor. So we train them before they get in front of the mentee to make sure that mentorship time is as effective as is as effective as possible. And in the same token, we also make sure that the mentee understands that this is not just regular talk. This is getting, the necessary feedback that you need or what you want to learn from the mentor in this short duration. So we really try to teach both ends just to make sure that when they come together, that it's really efficient and effective.
That is awesome, Ruth. Thank you so much for sharing that. We have one more question. Someone was asking if we only have one MVP in Kenya and we want to triple that. Yay. So those of you watching, if you are interested in this technology, honestly, the best way is to become a student partner or an MVP, which is always the same process. Josh walked us through the process, review the process. It really is choose an area of tech that you're passionate about, go upskill yourself, skill up your community, and then share what you've done. And have either a Microsoft employee or an existing MVP nominate you. But we're really looking to grow our MVP population in Kenya. In Nigeria, we do have 9 MVPs, I think, or maybe more. Many of the people who presented today are MVPs. So another one of you were asking, how do you become a speaker at conferences like this? And becoming an MVP is actually a really good way to become a speaker, and becoming a speaker is a good way to become an MVP. So one or both of these will work. So Deji, who just presented with chatbots, he's an MVP. Foyan, who talked about communities, MVP. Samuel, who did not electrocute himself, is an MVP. So many of the people you've heard from today, the reason we call on them to speak at our events is because they're part of our close family and friend circle in the Microsoft community. So join us, because then you're going to get voluntold for stuff too. All right. So next up, we have a challenge. Challenges, by the way, participating and winning challenges is a really good way to get involved with community. So I'm going to call up my colleague, Gretchen, who's going to introduce to you the Power Apps Challenge. Hey, Gretchen.
Hello there. Very excited to be here and to be talking about this challenge.
Cool. Tell us.
Well, my name is Gretchen LaBelle, and I am responsible for Power Platform skilling with a team internally to Microsoft. So I work at Microsoft. I actually was an MVP before joining Microsoft, so I highly recommend that, what Donna recommended, pursuing becoming an MVP. And I lived in Africa when I was younger. I lived in West Africa, and I'm very excited to be rolling out this challenge in Africa. So this challenge, I want to invite everyone to. This is open to everyone who lives on the continent of Africa to take forward your skills in Power Platform by building some Power Apps in this challenge. And so I'm going to describe a little bit around what the challenge looks like. So first of all, when is the challenge? The challenge is going to be starting in January, and it's just going to run about 6 weeks, January to February. And who can get involved? Well, anyone can get involved. So you can get involved if you're just learning Power Apps, or if you want to invite friends to this challenge who want to learn Power Apps. Maybe you're already down the road in your learning. Or if you're already an expert, you can become involved in the challenge as well. There are 3 ways you can get involved. If you want to look down on the left, you can be a supporter. So you can come and just watch the challenge and cheer people on, vote for winners, and play games as part of the challenge and win some prizes as a supporter. You can come as a builder if you want to participate in the challenge and win prizes there, or you can come along as a coach. Maybe you're already an MVP, or you're working at Microsoft or a partner and you just want to help others learn. You can join the challenge as a coach. To join the challenge, you would just visit this site, aka.ms/PEAAC, which is Power Apps Africa Challenge. And we'll give you some time to start getting skills if you don't have skills in Power Apps. So recommended in this conference was the Udacity course, which is an excellent course. In that course, it will also teach you how to get your own Power Apps environment so you can participate in the challenge. So that environment will allow you to build your apps moving forward. You can also take some further learning on Microsoft Learn, and there's plenty of online learning there. Then throughout December, we will have some opportunities as part of the community to do some practicing and challenge games before we officially start the challenge in January. The challenge will be 5 different missions that you need to complete, and there will be 3 finalists who win the challenge, and then a top winner who becomes the Power Apps champion for the Power Apps Africa Challenge. So this is going to be a lot of fun and a great way to build your skills beyond just attending training, a great way to connect with the community and just have some fun. So I welcome you to come to this site or share this site out with your communities if you're participating in the various communities on LinkedIn, on Telegram, on WhatsApp. Share this out and get yourself, your friends joined in the Power Apps Africa Challenge. At this point, I'll turn it back to Donna and answer any questions that come up in the chat.
Thank you, Gretchen. So everyone do the challenge. Gretchen's put this together specifically for you. She heard about this PowerAfrica conference and said, you know what, I want to create a specific challenge to help people be successful in their careers. So do the challenge, reach out to us. We're, as you can see, extremely findable on Twitter and LinkedIn, and we want to engage with you. there's a lot of conversation right now going on about, do we have MVPs in DRC, in Congo? Do we need more in East Africa? And yes, you're right. But the only people who can grow more MVPs in Africa are you. We actually, sitting in Seattle, Washington, cannot grow MVPs in Africa. It just does not work. So the best thing you can do, if you are an MVP, is go help upskill more people in your community. If you want to be one, get upskilled and reach out to some existing MVPs, all of the speakers today, for example, and share with them the work, and they can nominate you. So the process to become one is actually kind of straightforward. Pick a topic that's really interesting for you, learn a lot about it, go get upskilled, create content, help other people upskill, and ask an existing MVP or a Microsoft employee to nominate you. And then you fill out a little form, and there you go. It's less of an achievement and more of an ongoing work. So once you become an MVP, you have to keep doing MVP work. So make sure you actually like skilling and helping other people skill up too. So before I leave you and hand off to the closing, I actually have one last piece of homework, AKA surprise. Okay, ready? We decided, since it's the beginning of December, that we need to create a new holiday. I know. We have created a thing called the Hour of Low Code. So I would love for everyone to wander over to aka.ms Hour of Low Code and check out the resources. So if you've heard of Hour of Code, which is really for K through 12 kids to learn coding in their classrooms, we thought, why should kids have all the fun and learn all the skills, get all the jobs? What about adults? We're still here, we're still alive. So we thought adults should get in on the fun, and we have invented the Hour of Low Code. And we want this to become a yearly tradition in December. So what we want to do is have people all over the world engage in the Hour of Low Code activities, and they're in all ranges. If you've got kids in the house, do the K through 12 kids activity. If you're an adult, do the Udacity Power or do some of our other curriculum. And let us know when you're participating. Use the hashtag Hour of Low Code. Find us on social. We want to showcase stories all over the world. My vision is that we've got this huge global map, and we were able to say we've got participation in Hour of Low Code from all of these countries. And we better see every country in Africa lit up, because why would we not? You are some of the smartest, most innovative, most inspirational, most motivated people on the planet that I've ever met. Gretchen knows, I know. So we would love to see you participate in Hour of Low Code. By the way, that blog post went live at like 4 a.m. and you're the first people on the planet that we're telling about. So go get a head start, get started, go do the thing. All right, now I'm going to hand off to, I believe, Lawrence, who is going to wrap us up for the day. Lawrence, what'd you think? How cool was that day?
No, this was awesome. I mean, there's no other way of putting it. It's been a great show. It's been lots of learning. I love the questions. You guys are super active in chat. I've been sneaking in on YouTube and seeing all the things you guys are typing, and I'm really impressed. And the speakers,
top notch, right? So Lawrence, don't you think that the attendees today should go and learn all the stuff and practice and do things so they can be speakers next year?
In fact, I'll even give them a head start. Let me show them where they can go, right?
All right.
And this is where you guys can go. Firstly is learning doesn't hurt anyone, right? You guys have spent a couple of hours with us, and hopefully you've benefited a lot from this. So where do you start, right? Maybe you stepped in halfway, maybe you jumped in and were like, hey, I need to jump on this right now. So first thing is aka.ms/learn. That's our Microsoft Learn site. It's where everything happens. So please do go open up that link, learn something, find something new to jump into. The second one, and this is just a repeat of the links that have been shared by the amazing team, is Udacity Power. For those of you who are looking for a very structured approach to learning the Power Platform, that's the best place to start. For those of you who've just joined the Hour of Low Code, I mean, where else would you want to go to start learning all this? And if you're in for the challenge and you want to challenge yourself, we have some amazing prizes for you guys. You guys have no idea. I'm not allowed to talk about what we're planning, but yeah, some of these things. I wish I could participate. Unfortunately, that wouldn't be very fair. So please do go check out aka.ms/PAAC. That's the Power Africa App Challenge. Do go and check it out. And last but not least is I wouldn't be ending this without saying thank you. Firstly, thank you to you, our attendees. You guys have been awesome. We've loved the communication. We've loved chatting with you. And we love the fact that you spend time to come in and learn and challenge yourself and increase your knowledge. And that is really, really powerful. So thank you. And also a big thank you to our speakers, right? They are amazing. We've learned a lot of things today, right? From the Power Platform and Power Virtual Agents to Azure and some of the things that you can do with it, to the Microsoft Graph, to how students can empower their communities and how you can also participate in community building. I mean, this is a lot of things. And so to all our speakers, to each and every one of you, thank you. And to all the guys like me who are sitting in transitional spaces, Donna, especially, thank you very much for organizing this. And to all the other amazing people putting this stuff together, would like to say thank you. And of course, to the people on the back end, the people who you do not see, the people who are the magic workers, who we don't mention always, but they do make this happen. Melanie, Suzanne, a big thank you to you all and to the teams. And ladies and gentlemen, as I close this, you can see some links on screen. Please do go in, click on them and follow through. As always, please remember that this content will be available even after we click the end button. So don't worry, the Power Africa Conference site will be on. But here's some amazing news. And I'm going to pull the microphone closer so that I can say this quite clearly. This isn't the last Power Africa Conference. In fact, this is just the beginning. So, ladies and gentlemen, we want you to be our speakers. We want you to come and present next. We want to feature you in the upcoming sessions. So, keep building, keep learning, challenge yourself, and keep doing amazing things. And so, until next time, stay awesome. Thank you all.